Chapter 11:12. With this, waves of blood were set off in the sea of blood around to Senator. The blood on the ground churned violently and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The blood-red sky next to sun began to distort at this moment, as if a force was going to break out from within. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. This rift was 100,000 feet long. The moment it appeared, an unimaginable killing intent that had been suppressed for countless years was released for the first time. This caused the entire world of blood to tremble. Waves of pressure continuously descended from the crack. Under this pressure, the sea of blood on the ground no longer surged. Instead, it scattered in all directions. Gradually, bursts of lightning whizzed out and filled the edges of the crack in the sky. Tuasin raised his head and revealed a cruel gaze. His hoarse voice echoed, "Royal holy treasure, God-slaying spear, descend in my name, Tuasin's name." As soon as he said this, a roar suddenly echoed from the crack. Lightning flashed, and a red light rushed out from the crack, heading straight for Tuasin's right hand. It was caught by Tuasin. This red light struggled for a moment before stopping. It turned into a red spear that was 1,000 feet long. There was a ray of light moving around the spear, and it gave off an unimaginable aura. Holding the spear, Tuasin revealed a bloodthirsty smile and mercilessly threw it. There was a heaven-shaking rumble as the god-slaying spear pierced through the sky of the blood-red world. It was as if the sky was going to collapse. After charging out of the blood-red world, the spear moved even faster. It pierced through all the trials in the land of the ancient god and appeared in the abyss. It was too fast and contained a power that could make the heart of a nirvana shatterer cultivator tremble. As the spear appeared, there was a flash of red light. It was like a dragon as it charged at the cultivators, fighting the fierce beasts. The moment these cultivators saw the god-slaying spear, their minds trembled. Before they could react, miserable screams echoed. The red light flashed, and all the cultivators that got close collapsed into a rain of blood. However, the blood didn't scatter but was absorbed by the red light. None of the cultivators could resist the power of the god-vanquishing spear. In a flash, more than half of the thousands of cultivators had collapsed. The remaining cultivators were killed by the countless ferocious beasts and suffered heavy casualties. Only a little more than 1,000 cultivators managed to scatter in panic. The god-slaying spear didn't chase after the scattered cultivators. Instead, it broke through the void and charged out of the entrance to the land of the ancient god. The moment it left the land of the ancient god and appeared in the sea of devils, the entire Sisu trembled and an indescribable aura spread. Even the origin energy of the world had to retreat before it. It was as if the origin energy of the world wouldn't allow the god-slaying spear to exist. The red light flashed, and the god-slaying spear charged out of the sea of devils like a ray of red light. Before the atmosphere could even touch the god-slaying spear, it shattered, allowing the god-slaying spear to charge through the stars without any obstruction. After tens of thousands of years, the sacred weapon of the ancient gods of the imperial family once again shook the starry sky. The various forces outside the Suzaku all felt this shocking aura. Just as they were about to move, the god-slaying spear closed in on one of the Thunder celestial temples in the Luo Tian. There was a flash of red light, and the god-slaying spear pierced through the temple. The temple trembled and collapsed into countless fragments. The god-slaying spear didn't stop. It continued to pierce through the Thunder celestial temples in the Luo Tian, causing them to collapse. Even the corpse sect suffered a great blow. The coffins collapsed one by one as the god-slaying spears pierced through them. Even the corpse puppets inside were turned to dust by the destructive force. The Alliance forces suffered heavy losses. The god-slaying spear pierced through the crowd, causing miserable screams to echo. Anyone who got close to it immediately died. Among them was a Nirvana Shatterer old woman from the Alliance. This old woman originally thought she could stop the god-slaying spear for a moment with her early-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivation. However, Just as her hands formed a seal and a spell appeared, the god-slaying spear ignored all spells and pierced through her chest. The old woman's eyes were filled with disbelief. She only took one look before her body collapsed, and her origin soul dissipated into the void. Master Flamespark's pupils shrank, and all the elders around him flew out toward the god-slaying spear. On the other side, Serene also sent out cultivators to besiege the god-slaying spear. Just as these powerful cultivators were about to besiege it, the god-slaying spear turned around and charged towards Siska. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a ray of red light and returned to the Sea of Devils. Then it entered the entrance to the land of the ancient god and disappeared. Only a hoarse voice echoed the moment the god-slaying spear left, and it echoed among the stars. "I'm waiting for you all to come." The stars were completely silent. Master Flamespark and company had serious expressions. Among the elders behind him, several of their faces were pale and filled with disbelief. What is this? What Wang Lin said is true. Master Flamespark's eyes lit up. He came here because of the order from the person he respected a lot in the Luo Tian. He had to go. After pondering a bit, Master Flamespark shouted, "All Luo Tian cultivators, follow the old man into Suzaku." As he spoke, he charged at Suzaku. Behind him, the elders and countless cultivators followed. On Serene's side, after pondering for a moment, a sound like gravel rubbing against each other echoed. "Serene, move out." The entire Serene sect moved. The cultivators carried coffins and charged at Suzaku. The 8 people at the front were surrounded by black fog and gave off a powerful pressure. The various forces of the alliance hesitated for a bit and didn't all charge in. They left half of their people outside, while the rest followed their respective sect masters and elders into Suzaku. At the same time, the existence that was disturbed by the fluctuations of the world slowly rose from the bottomless abyss at the entrance of the land of the ancient god. Gradually, his blurry figure was revealed. This figure wasn't big, only 20 feet tall. It vaguely resembled a human, as if it was a burly man. But what was enough to make everyone suck in a breath of cold air, and their hearts trembled, was this muscular man's neck. There were 18 branches on this burly man's neck, and there were 18 branches that were 1,000 feet long like pythons. On each branch was a head. Some of the heads were men, some were women, some were old, some were young. At a glance, it was obvious that this burly man was not a human, but a mysterious and powerful beast. There was a legend about this beast in ancient times, but this legend wasn't necessarily credible. This beast wasn't the only one in the world. There was a spirit in ancient times named Ji. It had the shape of a human and was born by nature. It became an adult 3 days after it was born. It resisted the heavens and died. Its head turned into blood, and a beast was born from its corpse named Ji Qiong. This beast was born with only one head. Every time it devoured the heavens, it could grow another head, and its spells would multiply. It dared to fight against the heavens and slept for eternity. At this moment, the Rain Celestial Realm was peaceful compared to the strange land of the ancient god. Aside from the cracks that appeared in the sky and the trembling of the earth, Wang Lin's group's cultivation level was completely beyond what the Rain Celestial Realm could withstand. The moment they entered, a fragment collapsed, creating a powerful suction force that caused the other fragments to slowly move toward it. Wang Lin stood at the highest point and looked down at the familiar Rain Celestial Realm fragments. His eyes were filled with contemplation as he searched through his memories. He gradually found the fragment where the cry for help came from. The dozens of people around him all looked at Wang Lin. In order to save the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, they all had to listen to Wang Lin's orders. After all, Wang Lin was the Rosefinch Divine Emperor, and most importantly, only Wang Lin knew where the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor was trapped. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he charged down with the sound of thunder. No one slowed down as they followed Wang Lin. They couldn't stay here for too long. If they caused the Rain Celestial Realm to collapse, forget about saving the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. Even saving Qing Lin would fail. Therefore, they had to be fast. Everyone knew this. Wang Lin flew at full speed, but he didn't use his full speed. Instead, he used a gentle method in an attempt to not cause the rain celestial realm to collapse. He didn't encounter any cultivators along the way. Even if there were cultivators that came through the rain cauldron, they would feel their scalps go numb when they saw how unstable the rain celestial realm was, as if it could collapse at any time. They would immediately choose to leave. Not long after, more cracks appeared in the rain celestial realm, and more rumbling sounds came from afar. It was obvious that another fragment was collapsing. Wang Lin arrived at the fragment where the cry for help came from back then. He clearly remembered that the cry for help had come from a mountain that looked like a huge lock. At this moment, he landed on the ground and scanned the area with his divine sense. He immediately found the mountain that was 5,000 kilometers away from where he had come from. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he quickly flew over. He was getting closer and closer. The elders from the Azure Dragon Divine sect behind Wang Lin were excited. They had waited for this day for far too long. The more they looked forward to it, the more they were afraid of being disappointed. At this moment, they were so worried that even their Tao hearts became unstable. A moment later, a mountain peak that looked like a lock appeared in front of everyone's eyes from afar. Back then, I heard the cry for help from there. Wang Lin pointed forward. The elders of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect behind him immediately rushed out and went straight to the mountain peak. Save me, save me. Just as everyone approached the mountain peak, a weak voice slowly sounded out from within the mountain peak. Wang Lin immediately stopped, but the people around him turned a deaf ear to the voice, as if they didn't hear it at all. Did you guys hear the cry for help? Wang Lin's eyes flickered and he asked in a deep voice. Chapter 11:13. The sky of the rain world was foggy, as if it was covered by countless dust particles, causing the ground to be a little blurry. There were even spatial cracks that flashed out from time to time. Every time they appeared, some of the surrounding dust particles would be sucked into the cracks. Muffled explosions could be heard from afar, causing the dust particles in the sky to move as if they were being swept away by the wind. Apart from this, the entire rain world was quiet. Wang Lin's voice echoed at this moment. Even the elders of the Holy Teal Dragon sect, who were the fastest to rush out, immediately stopped in their tracks. Everyone instantly looked at Wang Lin. Saint Emperor Rosefinch, what did you hear? A white-haired elder of the Holy Teal Dragon sect asked in a deep voice. Wang Lin frowned and listened carefully. The cries for help were like the sound of the wind, faintly echoing in his ears. Obviously, other than him, no one else heard this sound. Situ Nin understood Wang Lin the most. At this moment, seeing him frown, he calmly said, "There's no sound. Maybe it's an illusion. It's fine." Wang Lin shook his head and didn't mention this matter anymore. The elders of the Holy Teal Dragon sect looked at each other and didn't say anything. Instead, they leaped up and headed straight for the mountain peak. The others followed closely behind. Wang Lin frowned and stared at the mountain peak that was getting closer. If it wasn't for the information left behind by the Azure Light Shield, Wang Lin definitely wouldn't think that the person trapped here was the Holy Teal Dragon Emperor. However, the closer they got, the more uneasy he felt for some reason. At this moment, the trembling voice of an elder of the Holy Teal Dragon sect was heard. "It's the Saint Emperor. Look at this palm print. It's our Holy Teal Dragon sect's green wood print." The elder floated in the air and looked at the middle section of the mountain that was covered by withered grass. As soon as he said this, the other elders of the Holy Teal Dragon sect immediately approached and looked at the palm print that was deeply imprinted in the withered grass. "Open the mountain and save the Saint Emperor." These old men immediately spread out and their hands formed seals. The rain celestial realm fragment trembled and a large amount of origin energy shrouded them. Nirvana Shatterer cultivation erupted from their bodies, and at the same time, the shadows of several azure dragons appeared. The dragons let out heaven-shaking roars as they charged at the mountain. It was as if they were going to uproot the mountain. "Rise! The elders of the Azure Dragon Divine Sect shouted in unison. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the earth trembled violently. A large amount of rocks fell from the mountain and rolled down. Waves of dust rose into the air, and as it gradually rose into the air, the roars of dragons could be heard echoing in the air. The Azure Dragons had wrapped around the gigantic mountain and had actually lifted it up by several inches. The elders of the Black Tortoise Divine Sect and White Tiger Divine Sect immediately flew over. Their hands formed seals, and an unimaginable amount of origin energy filled the area. The shadows of black tortoises appeared behind the elders of the Black Tortoise Divine Sect and burrowed into the bottom of the mountain. The mountain rumbled and rose even higher. The elders of the White Tiger Divine Sect quickly landed and used spells to pull up the mountain. The mountain gradually rose higher and higher, and the earth trembled even more violently. The muffled rumbles in the sky echoed even more. The elders of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect were no exception. After they flew over, they activated their spells and were about to lift the entire mountain in one go. Just at this instant, a ray of golden light shot out from the mountain. In an instant, another ray of golden light shot out from the mountain and lit up the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, countless rays of golden light shot out from the mountain. Each ray of golden light was 100,000 feet long, causing the mountain to seem as if it contained a sun. At the instant the golden light spread out, a huge golden lock slowly appeared on the mountain. From afar, it was an extremely shocking scene. This lock was hundreds of thousands of feet wide and shined brightly. There were complex golden runes moving up and down, and the might of the heavens spread out in all directions. It formed a golden wave of light that spread out in all directions. The elders of the Four Divine Sect were immediately driven away from the mountain peak and were forced to retreat. At this moment, Wang Wei and Huan stared at the golden lock with shock in their eyes. The two of them looked at each other to make sure they weren't mistaken. After hesitating for a bit, the two of them didn't say anything and immediately retreated. Without the support of everyone's spells, the mountain began to slowly descend once more. Gather the power of the four divine sects. Don't destroy the mountain, just raise it to 70 feet. This golden lock was placed by Celestial Emperor Qing Lin, and it isn't just sealing the old man, don't release the other thing. At this instant, a weak and anxious cry for help came from the bottom of the mountain. This time, it wasn't just Wang Lin who heard it. Everyone heard it. The elders of the Teal Dragon Holy Sect trembled violently. One of the oldest immediately cried out in excitement. Holy Emperor! This is the voice of the Divine Emperor. Wang Lin looked back at Wang Wei and Huan and clasped his hands. Seniors, please help. The two of them pondered for a bit before Wang Wei let out a sigh and slowly said, This formation does have Master's aura. Forget it. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves and a cloud appeared under his feet. It carried his body toward the golden lock. Huan let out a sigh and followed Wang Wei. The two of them immediately closed in on the golden lock. The two of us can only close this lock for one breath at a time. Quickly save someone. As the two of them spoke, a large amount of restrictions appeared around Huan. These restrictions released a ghostly light and immediately charged toward the golden lock. Wang Wei waved his right hand, and a mist appeared before him. The mist split into countless strands and surrounded all of the restrictions Huan had placed. At this moment, the elders of the Four Divine Sect didn't hesitate. The Azure Dragon Divine Sect elders all formed seals and various spells appeared. At the same time, the elders of the other three divine sects all surrounded the area. Spells and treasures appeared to form a destructive force. It has to be said that this was the combined power of 35 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. Forget this mountain. Even the unstable rain celestial realm would immediately collapse. Everything was ready. They just needed to wait for the golden lock to close. The two of them took a deep breath and immediately sat down in the air. Their hands formed seals and pointed at the golden lock. The surrounding restrictions and mist suddenly moved and unexpectedly formed a giant key that gave off a ghostly light. In the blink of an eye, the giant key closed in on the golden lock. It broke through the layers of golden light and fused with the golden lock. In an instant, the light emitted by the golden lock paused for a moment, and all the golden light was extinguished in an instant. There was no longer any trace of golden light in the world. Wang Wei let out a roar and shouted, "Quickly, save someone!" One breath of time was only the blink of an eye for mortals, but for Nirvana Shatterer old monsters, it was enough time to use spells. Rays of light shot out and charged the mountain. The mountain continued to rise, and thunderous rumbles echoed as the mountain rose inch by inch. This mountain was refined by Celestial Emperor Qing Lin, so it was not simple. Although there was no golden lock suppressing it, just raising it was not easy. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. In the blink of an eye, the mountain was raised 50 feet. The higher it went, the stronger the pressure became. After it rose 60 feet to 70 feet, one breath of time passed. The golden light appeared once more, and the golden lock appeared once more. The key that had fused with it immediately collapsed, and Huan and Wang Wei were forced back by the golden light. The golden lock appeared once more, and a powerful pressure descended on the mountain. The 35 Nirvana Shatterer old monsters felt the powerful pressure, and they all let out roars as they endured it. Just at this moment, a roar came from below the mountain. A ray of green light that looked like a green dragon charged out from below the mountain and was about to break free. Inside the green light was an old man with tattered clothes and was in an extremely sorry state. However, his expression was filled with excitement, and he was about to charge out. At this moment, the clouds in the sky above the rain celestial realm surged and the gray sky spread. A person suddenly appeared. This person wore white and looked a bit old. His eyes seemed to contain the world, and the moment he appeared, the collapse of the rain celestial realm became even more intense. It looks like the old man came at the right time. This old man was Tian Yunzi. After he appeared, he charged at the mountain with one step. As he closed in, Wang Lin suddenly looked up. He had felt uneasy before, but he didn't know if it was from inside the mountain or outside. That was why he hadn't personally acted. When he saw Tian Yunzi appear once more, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His left eye was filled with fire, and his right eye was filled with thunder. In an instant, a ball of thunder and a ball of fire appeared before him. With a wave of his hand, the two balls shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a sea of flames that shot toward All-Seer. At the same time, Wang Wei and Huan released their spells and pointed them at Tian Yunzi. Tian Yunzi waved his sleeve, and a crazed aura appeared. 3 avatars appeared before him and charged forward. As Wang Wei and Huan's spells closed in, one of the avatars revealed a strange smile. His hands formed a seal, and a destructive force filled his body. In an instant, he self-destructed. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the self-destruction of Tian Yunzi's avatar created a powerful shockwave that swept the area. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, what was even more strange was that the other 2 avatars of Tian Yunzi also revealed strange smiles and chose to self-destruct at the same time. I will seriously recommend 2 books of God to everyone, Zhetian and the Great Zhou Imperial Family. I believe everyone knows who the authors are. Great God Qindong and Great God Huangfu are both gods. Chapter 11:14. The self-destruction of the 3 avatars created an unimaginable impact. In an instant, the earth trembled to a peak and began to collapse on a large scale. As the earth collapsed, large cracks appeared. This fragment of the rain, celestial realm, began to split open. Wang Lin, the old man, will help you save the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. Tian Yunzi laughed as he borrowed the force of the self-destruction of the 3 avatars to force Wang Wei and Huan to retreat. Taking advantage of the fact that Wang Lin couldn't move forward, he charged into the encirclement of the 35 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. Taking advantage of the fact that the Nirvana Shatterer cultivators weren't distracted, he charged into the bottom of the mountain. At the same time, a thunderous rumble came from the mountain. Under the pressure of the golden lock, not only did the mountain not continue to sink, but it rose 30 more feet. As a result, the mountain had risen more than 70 feet to 100 feet. The old man struggled out of the green light and suddenly looked at Tian Yunzi. His eyes revealed a strange light, but he didn't speak. Instead, he charged out from the bottom of the mountain. The moment he appeared, he shouted, "All members of the Four Divine Sect, use all your spells to destroy this mountain." As he spoke, he lifted his right hand and slammed it forward. Immediately, a gigantic azure dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet long appeared behind him. That azure dragon was filled with an ancient air. As the old man slammed his hand forward, the azure dragon immediately opened its mouth, and a wave of azure chi gushed out, charging towards the mountain. The elders of the Four Divine Sect didn't hesitate at all. They all used their spells and turned into an endless force that charged towards the mountain. At this moment, more and more cracks appeared on the earth. The fragments began to collapse and sink into the void. The number of spatial cracks increased as if they were going to devour the world. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Under the attacks of the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor and all the elders, the mountain began to tremble. Large amounts of rocks fell, and even the golden lock seemed to become unstable. However, the more it was like this, the uglier the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's expression became. Just at this moment, a laugh came from the mountain. A crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the mountain, and the All-Seer charged out. He revealed a rare look of excitement as he held a fist-sized ball of black blood in his hand. He charged in the sky while laughing like crazy. The golden lock suddenly turned into a ray of golden light and directly caught up to All-Seer. It landed on the ball of black blood in his right hand as if it was sealing it. However, Tian Yunzi didn't care about any of this at all. As he charged out, his right hand mercilessly slammed down on the collapsed earth. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the ground that was already collapsing began to collapse even more. A huge vortex appeared in the air below, and, as it rotated, it crushed the fragments into powder and sucked them all into the vortex. With this palm, it wasn't just the collapse of the Rain Celestial Realm, but the collapse of the entire Rain Celestial Realm. Muffled roars continued to echo across the world. The Rain Celestial Realm began to collapse, just like the Thunder Celestial Realm. Wang Lin, the old man, has to thank you for everything you have done. He said that if we are fated, we will meet again. At that time, the old man will become the Heavenly Tao. As Tian Yunzi laughed like crazy, there was a flash of coldness in the eyes of the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. His right hand formed a seal and pointed up. The Azure Dragon behind him let out a roar. As the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor lowered his right hand, the Azure Dragon charged out and attempted to devour Tian Yunzi. The moment the Azure Dragon charged out, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's right hand hit his chest, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a blood arrow that entered the Azure Dragon's body. The Azure Dragon was surrounded by a blood-colored light and let out a heaven-shaking roar. It closed in on the All-Seer in the blink of an eye and attempted to devour him. A thunderous rumble shook the world. As the Azure Dragon dissipated, Tian Yunzi was thrown out. Two of the seals between his eyebrows had been torn open and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor and revealed a hoarse smile. "You are indeed worthy of being the strongest Divine Emperor of the Four Divine Sect. Thank you for your guidance." In a flash, he flew away once more. The surrounding Nirvana Shatterer elders were about to chase when the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor shook his head and said, "Let him go. This person has hidden his cultivation very deeply. If we force him to reveal it, there will be too many casualties today. It is not worth it. Moreover, the old man has been trapped for too long and is at the end of his rope." After he spoke, all the elders of the Four Divine Sect respectfully nodded. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's gaze fell on Wang Lin, and he slowly said, "You're the new Rose Finch?" Wang Lin nodded and clasped his hands. Greetings, Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor looked at Wang Lin for a long time before nodding and saying, "The Four Divine Sect is connected by blood, so the old man doesn't need to thank you." Wang Lin frowned and calmly said, "I wonder what Tian Yunzi took from the foot of the mountain." The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's gaze fell on Wang Wei and Huan. His pupils shrank, and he slowly said, "Heavenly Tao blood." "Heavenly Tao blood?" Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. The old man, Master Xian Zhongzi, and company were the first to arrive after the rain celestial realm collapsed. They originally came for the celestial spells and treasures, but they found a lot of mysterious things here. The reason the celestial realm was destroyed was because of these things. As the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor spoke, the collapse became even more intense. Everyone immediately flew upward. This lock mountain was originally set up by Celestial Emperor Qinglin. During the calamity of the celestial realm, a crack appeared. Back then, I was bewitched by Master Xian Zhongzi to enter the mountain. Then an accident occurred, and I was trapped inside, unable to leave. Because of the existence of this seal, only special people can hear my cry for help. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor looked at Wang Lin as he spoke. Although that's the case, I found a mass of blood at the foot of the Lock Mountain, and it was what Qin Lin sealed. After researching it, I still didn't know its origin. It wasn't until the old man's fourth heaven's blight arrived that I couldn't pass. In that moment of crisis, I swallowed the blood. There was a trace of fear in the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's eyes. Just one mouthful and I fainted. When I woke up, the fourth heaven's blight had passed. However, there was no origin energy inside the seal, so the old man couldn't escape despite his fourth heaven's blight cultivation. He could only be consumed by the seal and gradually weakened. Wang Lin asked, "What is the heavenly Tao blood?" As Wang Lin flew, he felt like the aura of the blood was a bit familiar. It was similar to the blood rust on the iron sword he had obtained. It also contained a sliver of the crystal power he had obtained from the 8-star ancient godhead in the demon spirit land. You'll have to ask the people from the Celestial Emperor's sect. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's gaze fell on Wang Wei and Huan. "So it's like this." Wang Wei muttered to himself and revealed a bitter expression. He had been speculating about the true cause of the collapse of the celestial realm. After hearing the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's words, he was a bit more certain. On the side, Huan softly said, "About 100 years before the calamity of the celestial realm, red rain fell from the rain celestial realm. This red rain was like blood and contained a strange power. Master called it the heavenly blood." Wang Wei said, "No one knows what the heavenly Tao is, but teacher believes that the heavenly Tao is also a living being. When the ancient celestial realm was still around, there was a rumor that the heavenly Tao was already dead. Even if it wasn't dead, it was seriously injured. The thing that descended to the rain celestial realm was naturally the heavenly Tao blood. The heavenly Tao blood had been collected and refined by Master, and now it was only the size of a fist. During this time, teacher found people to devour some, but everyone who devoured it immediately turned into a pool of blood and died. After that, no one dared to devour the heavenly Tao blood anymore." At this point, Wang Wei looked at the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor with a strange gaze. Wang Lin was shocked. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he listened to these things that he had never heard of before. Teacher believes that if the heavenly Tao blood descended in the rain celestial realm, then what descended in the other three realms might be something else of the heavenly Tao. Wang Wei looked at Wang Lin and explained, "This is indeed too shocking, but if you think of the heavenly Tao as a person, then this person was seriously injured, his body was torn apart, and even his origin soul was shattered into countless fragments. Then you can understand. Although I don't agree with this point of view, this is just a speculation that teacher came up with after his research." As they talked, everyone continued to fly into the sky and arrived at the platform inside the rain celestial realm. After they landed, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor said, "The cultivator who stole the heavenly Tao blood clearly knew all of this. but he didn't know that half of the heavenly Tao blood had already been devoured by me. The reason the remaining half is the same size is because it contains some of the old man's own blood. I want to see how he will use it to cultivate. There was a flash of shadow in the azure dragon divine emperor's eyes, and he revealed a strange smile. When everyone saw this smile, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The new Rosefinch, follow me back to the Four Divine Sect and tell me about the changes that have taken place in the Four Divine Sect over the years. Since you are the only one here today, then the other divine emperors must have died. The azure dragon divine emperor's voice was calm, without any fluctuation of emotion. Wang Lin quietly took a step back. He closed in on Wang Wei and Huan and said, "Senior Azure Dragon, Junior still has important matters to take care of, so I won't be able to return to the Four Divine Sect for a while." Oh, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked straight at the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. A moment later, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor nodded and said, "That is fine." With that, he turned around and walked toward the giant rain celestial realm gate. Behind him, all the elders of the Four Divine Sect followed. Only a few people looked back at Wang Lin before leaving without hesitation. Even the elders of the Rosefinch Divine Sect were the same. The new Rosefinch. Remember to return the Rosefinch sacred treasure when you return. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's emotionless voice echoed from a distance. He didn't buy any Red Bull today, but he had prepared a lot of cigarettes and coffee. Chapter 11:15. Even after everyone from the Four Divine Sect had left, Wang Lin still stood silently on the platform. The continuous rumbling of the rain world continued to echo in his ears. However, this sound was very soft in Wang Lin's ears and could not compare to the complicated feelings in his heart. Saving the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor was one of the reasons why he wanted to repay the Rosefinch Divine Emperor's kindness. He also wanted to save an expert for the Four Divine Sect, so that the Four Divine Sect could continue to exist in the upcoming chaotic world. In the entire Rosefinch Divine Sect, other than a few elders, the rest of the people did not really consider themselves as divine emperors. Only the younger generation of clansmen supported him more sincerely. If Wang Lin was given enough time, he might be able to slowly change this situation. However, the uneasiness in Wang Lin's heart from the Tuo Sun was getting closer and closer. As a result, he did not have the time. If he continued to delay, he would only harm the Rosefinch Divine Sect and let down the old Divine Emperor's kindness. From the moment the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor chased after Tian Yunzi, Wang Lin already knew that the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's schemes were very deep and he could not fathom them. After listening to the words of the heavenly law, Wang Lin was extremely shocked. However, none of this could compare to the last sentence the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor said before he left. This sentence clearly told Wang Lin that the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor had seen through Wang Lin's thoughts and did not care about his identity as the Rosefinch Divine Emperor. If there was anything that he cared about, it would be the Rosefinch Divine Artifact. I can temporarily leave this divine artifact in your hands, but after you leave the Rain World, you must return it to the Four Divine Sect. I'm afraid that if it wasn't for the fact that there were too many elders around and that he had just escaped, this divine artifact would not have waited for me to return it. He would have taken it away immediately. A bitter expression appeared on Wang Lin's face. In truth, there was nothing much to say about all of this. This was how it should be. After all, if Wang Lin had not become the Saint Emperor of Rosefinch, he would not have kept the Saint Artifact. In reality, Wang Lin did not plan to take it for himself. However, the Azure Dragon Saint Emperor did not ask about the other three Saint Emperors. Not only that, he even mentioned the deaths of the other three Saint Emperors, as if the deaths of the other three Saint Emperors were nothing out of the ordinary. This made Wang Lin feel extremely complicated. Not to mention the fact that Saint Emperor Rosefinch had endured countless years of pain for the Four Divine Sect and wholeheartedly focused on the continuation of the Four Divine Sect. Just the fact that the White Tiger Saint Emperor had died in battle for the Four Divine Sect, and his corpse had yet to be found was something extremely normal for the Azure Dragon Saint Emperor. There was no need to know about it at all. Situnin secretly sighed. He stepped forward and patted Wang Lin's shoulder and said, "What for divine sex? When Qing Lin wakes up, you and I will dominate the universe. Wouldn't that be great?" Wang Lin bitterly smiled and nodded his head. Wang Wei let out a sigh and slowly said, "Master once said that the heavenly blood is an ominous item. If anyone who swallows it doesn't die, then their emotions will change greatly. I have met the Azure Dragon Divine King once in the past. I remember that he was a straightforward man. Today, it must be as he said, that he swallowed the blood of the heavens, which is why his surname is so gloomy." Wang Wei sighed and slowly said, although he was anxious and worried that the Rain Celestial Realm would collapse and he wouldn't be able to find the temple, he didn't rush Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a long sigh. He knew that after the Azure Dragon Saint Emperor's last words, he, Wang Lin, would no longer have anything to do with the Four Divine Sect. If there was anything left, then it would be the gratitude in Wang Lin's heart toward the old Rosefinch Saint Emperor. Wang Lin raised his head and looked into the distance. He knelt down on the ground and kowtowed 3 times toward the gate of the Rain Celestial Realm. "Old Holy Emperor, this junior will remember your kindness in this life. I don't dare to hope for the slightest bit. If the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect is in trouble in the future, even if I have to die, this junior will still lend a hand." Wang Lin raised his head, and the scene of the old Saint Emperor leaving appeared in his mind. The old Saint Emperor's kind face and tired mind were all firmly imprinted in his heart. If the pressure is too great, if the Four Divine Sect has no chance of glory, if the heavens really want to destroy my Four Divine Sect, then don't force yourself. The old Saint Emperor's words seemed to echo in Wang Lin's ears. He silently stood up and took a deep breath. He looked at Wang Wei and Hu Wan and calmly said, "Seniors, let's go find the temple." Aside from Wang Wei, Hu Wan, and Sitanan, there was also the silver female corpse. She stood next to Wang Lin and quietly followed him. "Wang Lin, you..." Hu Wan was, after all, a woman. She saw what happened before and knew that Wang Lin was feeling very complicated right now. "It's nothing." Wang Lin smiled to cover up the melancholy in his heart. Wang Wei nodded and jumped down from the platform. Hu Wan glanced at Wang Lin and followed behind him. Situnin arrived next to Wang Lin and patted Wang Lin's shoulder again. The two of them flew down together. As for the silver female corpse, she followed them. The collapse of the Rain Celestial Realm continued. Along the way, they could see pieces of the Rain Celestial Realm collapsing. Some pieces of the Rain Celestial Realm had already completely disappeared and turned into giant whirlpools that pulled at the broken pieces of the Rain Celestial Realm. Thunderous rumbles echoed, but it didn't affect everyone's speed. Now that the Rain Celestial Realm had collapsed like this, everyone let go of their speed. They turned into rays of light and flew forward like thunder. Wang Wei's eyes were like lightning as he flew. He searched for his memories of the Celestial Realm. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, his eyes narrowed. "It should be here." Wang Wei pointed down. Wang Lin's gaze fell and was surprised. This place was also collapsing, but he could vaguely see a fragment below. If this was it, it wouldn't be enough for Wang Lin to have such an expression. Wang Lin was familiar with this place. This was where Zhou Yi burned his soul to fight Sun Tai. The Rain Celestial Realm is collapsing into countless fragments. Some of them are overlapping. According to the location of the Rain Celestial Realm's temple, it should be in one of these overlapping fragments. Wang Wei explained as he raised his right hand and pressed down. A green mist immediately appeared and charged downward. The collapsed fragments scattered in all directions like leaves being swept away by a gust of wind. This revealed the overlapping fragments below. They didn't stop. They turned into beams of light and landed on the fragment. This place was collapsing, and they could clearly feel the ground shaking. If they sent out their divine sense, they could see that the edges of the fragment were crumbling. Cracks were spreading out, and the ground was shaking and growing larger. There's not much time left. If the entire Rain celestial realm collapses, this place will become a giant vortex, and everything will be sucked in. Wang Wei took a step with his right foot. With him as the center, the ground within 1,000 feet shattered, and a large amount of rubble was blown away. Everyone's body sank down as the ground collapsed. It didn't take long for them to pass through this fragment. What appeared before them was another overlapping fragment. This place wasn't big, so the collapse hadn't affected too much. The trembling had eased a bit, but Wang Wei didn't find the temple here. There are clearly more fragments below. He took another step with his right foot, and a thunderous rumble echoed. This fragment began to collapse, but just at this moment, Wang Wei's expression suddenly changed. He waved his sleeves, and everyone quickly retreated. The moment they retreated, the ground where Wang Wei had stood cracked, but not a single piece of gravel fell. Instead, the ground caved in and disappeared without a trace. A huge vortex appeared in the center of the crater. The interior of the vortex was completely pitch black. However, everyone's eyes were able to see that a fragment continent had completely collapsed within the emptiness below the vortex. An entirely green hall was completely undamaged as the continent crumbled. Instead, it slowly drifted towards the depths of the emptiness. In the dark void, this green hall was very eye-catching. Rain's celestial realm temple. Wang Wei's eyes narrowed, and he immediately flew toward the vortex. Everyone followed closely behind him. Wang Lin stared at the green temple inside the vortex. In almost an instant, they charged into the vortex. Wang Lin immediately felt a powerful suction force. If it was before, he would have been in a sorry state and would have needed Wang Wei's help. However, right now his left eye lit up, and he was surrounded by a sea of fire. With one step, he broke free from the vortex and charged toward the green palace floating in the void. The others also walked out of the vortex and charged toward the green temple. Wang Wei's eyes were filled with excitement. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. The speed at which the green temple floated couldn't compare to everyone's speed, so they quickly caught up. Standing next to the temple, Wang Lin couldn't help but be shocked. Although this large hall was not very tall, it was filled with a sense of majesty as it was surrounded by the green light. This was especially so for the Qing character on the door of the large hall, which was written in flamboyant calligraphy, which gave off a dense, oppressive aura. Wang Wei took a step forward and arrived before the door. He raised his right hand and pushed it open. The door slowly opened and rays of green light came out from the door, covering the void in front of him and dyeing it green. When the door to the hall opened, Wang Lin immediately walked in. The entire hall was empty except for a formation array that emitted a blue light and flickered continuously on the ground. Wang Wei's expression was one of excitement as he looked around. His gaze landed on the spell formation on the ground. As for Huan, she stood next to the spell formation. After studying it for a bit, her expression changed. I have never seen this kind of formation before. This formation has the effect of reversing the soul and can make a person's soul leave their body. Wang Lin looked down at the formation and slowly said, "Take out Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's body." Wang Wei's right hand reached out and a crack appeared before him. Qing Lin's body slowly flew out from within. He was still wearing the same black armor, but there was a red dot on his forehead. Qing Lin's eyes were closed, and he didn't make a sound. His monthly votes hadn't passed 100, and he was writing the 4th chapter. He hoped that after he finished the 4th chapter, his brothers would be excited so they could finish the 5th chapter. Chapter 11:16. Wang Wei carefully placed Qing Lin's body in the center of the formation according to Hu Wan's instructions. Then he looked up at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't waste any time and also opened his storage space. Qing Shuang's body flew out, followed by a crystal. Hu Wan immediately said, "Qing Shuang's body is facing the head of the Celestial Emperor's body." At the same time, Wang Lin controlled Qing Shuang's body to land in front of Qing Lin. The heads of the father and daughter faced each other, forming a straight line. At that moment, the crystal that had flown out of Qing Shuang's body seemed to be guided by some sort of power. It automatically landed between their heads, and gave off waves of green light, which fused with the green light of the spell formation on the ground. In an instant, the spell formation flashed with green light, almost illuminating the entire area. Wang Wei and Huan looked at each other and then sat down on either side of Qing Lin's body. Wang Lin didn't need their instructions. With his understanding of formations, he was able to see some clues and sat down next to Qin Shuang. We are still missing one person. Zhou Yi will replace him. After all, he knows Qin Shuang. Wang Wei suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmly spoke. He raised his right hand, and a ray of sword energy flew out from his storage space. It turned into Zhou Yi. After Zhou Yi appeared, he looked at Qin Shuang with a gentle expression. He listened to Wang Wei's instructions and sat down next to Qin Shuang. However, his gaze never left Qin Shuang. "Let's begin," Huan bit her lower lip and softly said. She was very nervous. They didn't have time to study this formation in detail, so she wasn't sure if it would succeed. Wang Lin nodded. He looked at Situ Nan and the silver female corpse and said, "Situ, protect us." Situ Nan's expression also became serious. He nodded and said, "Don't worry." The silver female corpse didn't need Wang Lin's order. She only needed a thought to understand Wang Lin's order. Huan formed a seal with both hands and pointed at it. Suddenly, a ray of light landed on the crystal in the middle. Suddenly, the crystal shone with a green light and enveloped the entire formation. Back in Rosefinch Glory sect, Wang Lin had taken this crystal out for Wang Wei and Huan to study. Naturally, he was extremely familiar with it. At the same time, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at Qin Shuang's arm. A wound immediately appeared on Qin Shuang's arm. Origin energy poured into the wound and squeezed out a stream of blood that landed on the crystal. Zhou Yi saw this scene from the side, and he couldn't help but look at Wang Lin, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, the Rain World Supreme Hall, Crystal Stone, and Qin Shuang's blood were all complete. After the crystal absorbed Qin Shuang's blood, a red light flashed within the green light and surrounded the area. Rumbling sounds echoed as the formation showed signs of opening. At this instant, Wang Lin's eyes lit up like lightning. His right hand formed a seal, and a ball of fire appeared in his left eye. He pointed at the blood between Qin Shuang's eyebrows and shouted, "Holy treasure blood, collect!" Qin Shuang's body trembled, and the blood between his eyebrows began to move. With a bang, it flew out from between his eyebrows and flew toward Wang Lin. Without the holy treasure blood sealing Qin Shuang's face, black gas shrouded Qin Shuang's face, and the devilish energy around him increased like crazy. However, even now, the formation had only opened with a rumble, but there was no sign of Qin Shuang awakening. Instead, as the devilish energy around Qin Shuang's body increased, it felt like ancient devil Tajia was about to appear once more. This scene caused Wang Wei and Huan's expressions to change greatly. Wang Lin's expression also became gloomy. As for Zhou Yi, he didn't pay any attention to any of this and just silently looked at Qin Shuang. "Something is wrong. We must be missing something." Huan immediately said, "What exactly is missing?" The veins on Wang Wei's face swelled up, and the anxiety in his heart could no longer be described with words. He had too much hope, but at this moment, all his efforts were going to be wasted. Huan's face was pale as she looked at Qin Shuang, whose devilish energy continued to increase, and she revealed a bitter smile. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He had done everything he could, and he was missing none of the three things. However, it looked like it was impossible for Qin Shuang to awaken. The only thing that would awaken was ancient devil Ta Jia. Staring at the crystal, Wang Lin's mind quickly turned, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out what he was missing. "Qin Shuang, you asked us to save you, and we have done everything we can. Why is it still like this?" Wang Lin was almost gnashing his teeth. He didn't care about Qin Shuang's identity at all. If the ancient devil were to awaken soon, then all of them would die here. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the holy treasure blood. He was about to try to seal Qin Shuang again, but he didn't have the cultivation of the old divine emperor, so he wasn't sure if he could seal Qin Shuang. Teacher, what exactly is missing? Wang Wei stood up with a bitter expression. At this moment, he looked like he was about to go crazy. Just at this moment, a weak voice filled with hesitation came from behind Wang Lin. Missing? Is it missing the blood of the person named Wang? Wang Lin suddenly turned around. It was the silver-robed female corpse. This was the first time she had spoken. When she saw Wang Lin's gaze, she immediately lowered her head. After she spoke, not only did Wang Lin look at the silver-robed female corpse, but even Wang Wei and Huan looked over. Wang Lin said, in a serious tone, "Continue speaking." Before, the Flower Imperial concubine said that Master's surname is Wang and that you can enter the Celestial Emperor Cave. The silver-robed woman's words were intermittent, as if she had just learned how to speak. A flash of lightning appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Without a word, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the crystal. At the same time, the devilish energy around Qin Shuang's body reached a peak. The devilish energy around Qin Shuang's body formed a devilish shadow. Ancient devil Ta Jia seemed to be awakening. However, the moment Wang Lin's blood landed on the crystal, the formation shined brightly and began to rotate rapidly. A powerful suction force appeared, and Wang Wei and Huan felt the celestial spiritual energy in their bodies being absorbed like crazy. In just a moment, their faces turned pale and they became extremely weak. Wang Lin didn't have much celestial spiritual energy left in his body, and now it was all absorbed. The light from the crystal became even more dazzling and dissipated the devilish shadow that was about to take form. At the same time, as celestial spiritual energy entered the formation, the suction force increased greatly. Wang Lin only felt his vision blur, and he lost consciousness. Not only him, but Wang Wei, Huan, and Zhou Yi were all the same. When Wang Lin recovered his consciousness, what he saw caused his eyes to narrow. He was in a black ocean. The surface of the ocean was turbulent, waves were crashing, and the sea breeze was blowing. "You're awake." A cold voice came from behind Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and sucked in a breath of cold air. Behind him floated a woman in snow-white robes. Her features were breathtakingly beautiful, and she exuded an intense coldness. Just by standing beside her, one could feel waves of coldness seeping into one's body. If this was it, it wouldn't shock Wang Lin so much. However, he was too familiar with this woman. She was Qin Lin's daughter, the Rain Celestial Lord, Qin Shuang. Wang Lin subconsciously asked, "You resurrected?" The woman in white seemed to be a man of few words and coldly said, "For now." Wang Lin took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked around and said, "This place is." The woman in white calmly looked at the black ocean below and said, "My father's sea of knowledge." Just at this moment, not far away from the two of them, two rays of green light appeared. Wang Wei and Huan gradually appeared. Huan immediately saw Qin Shuang and revealed an excited expression. "Little sister Qin Shuang." When Wang Wei saw Qin Shuang, he was also startled. His eyes were filled with relief, and he said, "So your soul hasn't dissipated. With teacher's spell, I can awaken you again." Qin Shuang didn't even look at Wang Wei. When she looked at Huan, she revealed a smile and softly said, "I haven't seen you in many years. I'm very happy that Big Sister survived the collapse of the celestial realm." As they spoke, there was another flash of green light, and Zhou Yi slowly appeared. The moment he appeared, his body trembled, and he looked at Qin Shuang in a daze. He excitedly muttered, "Ting Er, Ting Er." Qin Shuang frowned at Zhou Yi's gaze. Her expression was as cold as ice, and she coldly said, "Who are you calling Ting Er?" Zhou Yi was startled, and his expression immediately dimmed. He bitterly shook his head and said, "Ting Er has already left." Qin Lin frowned and calmly said, "I don't know how you became the new Rain Sword Soul, but since you are a Sword Soul, I won't erase your qualifications. However, if you continue to speak nonsense, I won't let you continue to be a Sword Soul." Zhou Yi's body trembled as if a heavy hammer had landed on his chest. His face became pale, and he retreated a few steps. The bitterness in his heart became even stronger, but he didn't say anything and softly said, "Yes." He knew that his Ting had already forgotten everything. Back then, she was merely a strand of her soul that was born because of him. That soul had already disappeared from the world, and the one that remained was Qin Shuang, not his Ting. However, an unimaginable pain seemed to tear Zhou Yi's heart apart as he looked at the face that he had guarded for 1,000 years. It caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. This kind of pain took root in his body and seemed to absorb all of his strength, causing him to gradually weaken until he was unable to endure it. 1,000 years of being together and waiting for the day she would wake up. However, right now, he was less than 10 feet away from Qin Shuang, but he felt as if he had been separated by tens of thousands of years. It was as if the distance between life and death was even further. In this world, there's a kind of distance that is not between life and death, but forgetting. Wang Lin frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Yi looked at him and shook his head. No matter what, he would not blame Ting Er. Everything was done willingly. 2,000 years ago, he was like this. For a corpse, he immediately left his sect, causing his master to fall ill from anger. 1,000 years ago, he was also like this. For a corpse, he would burn his own soul. He would rather die than allow others to take his Ting Er. At this moment, he was still like this. Even though the Ting Er in front of him was a stranger, even though there was no longer any possibility of them being together, even though there was a huge difference in status and identity, he was still the Zhou Yi from 1,000 years ago. Fourth Night Watch. Fourth Night Watch. Brothers, big bosses, can you get more than 200 monthly votes? Ear forgot his tiredness and was writing the 5th chapter. 200 monthly votes. Chapter 11:17. Zhou Yi's bitterness fell into Qin Lin's eyes. She didn't know why, but she felt a trace of pain. However, she quickly suppressed this indescribable pain and didn't look at Zhou Yi again. Wang Wei watched all of this and let out a sigh. He already knew this would happen, but he couldn't bear to tell Zhou Yi. After getting to know Zhou Yi over the years, Wang Wei had come to believe everything that had happened back then. Huan's heart softened, and she was about to speak. However, just at this moment, the black sea below began to churn. Monstrous, devilish energy surged and swept the world. In an instant, boundless devil Qi rose from the sea in front of everyone, condensing into a huge, ancient devil. This ancient devil was too big. From afar, it looked like it could support the world. Endless devilish energy circled its body like a devil dragon, and it let out a roar. This ancient devil was Tajia. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was a scar between his eyebrows. As the devilish energy surged in, it sizzled. Even if you're inside Qin Lin's sea of consciousness, all of you will still die. Tajia let out a roar as he raised his giant right hand and reached toward everyone. The howling sounds were heaven-shaking, and endless devilish energy surrounded him. From afar, it looked like a black cloud was descending from the sky to devour everyone. Just at this moment, the waves on the surface of the sea churned again, and a person flew out. This person was a middle-aged man, and he wore azure clothes. He had a handsome appearance, and he gave off the air of a celestial. There was also a natural pressure coming from him. Teacher. The moment this person broke through the waves, Wang Wei and Huan became excited. Qin Shuang's expression was gentle as she respectfully said, "Father." This person was Celestial Emperor Qin Lin. His expression was serious as he nodded and waved his right hand. Immediately, a gust of wind appeared and turned into a storm that collided with the ancient devil's hand. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed, and the ancient devil's right hand collapsed into countless strands of black gas. However, the gust of wind formed by Qin Lin's spell also collapsed. Qin Lin, you've already weakened to this point, so why don't you submit to this devil? This devil will use your body to surpass your past fame. What's wrong with fusing with me? Ancient devil Ta Jia let out a roar, and his collapsed right arm instantly recovered. Qin Lin didn't even look at Ancient Devil. He looked at Wang Lin. His eyes seemed to contain some sort of law. and he could see all of Wang Lin's secrets. Under his gaze, Wang Lin was like a slave. He couldn't even think. But at this moment, a familiar aura emerged from between Wang Lin's eyebrows and circulated around his body. In an instant, the feeling of being seen through disappeared. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at Qing Lin. "You are qualified to receive my, Qing Lin's, inheritance and become my final disciple." Qing Lin withdrew his gaze and turned into a ray of green light. Before Wang Lin could react, he charged into Wang Lin's body. In an instant, popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body, and he flew into the air. His arms were stretched out, and the intense pain in his body made Wang Lin want to roar. "Your soul body is not weak." Qing Lin's voice came from Wang Lin's body. At this moment, Wang Lin had a clear feeling that his body was no longer under his control. This was a feeling he had only experienced once in his life. Back then, the scattered devil had used his body to fight. However, right now this feeling was countless times stronger than before. The tearing feeling in his body made Wang Lin feel like his soul was being stretched. "It's just that your cultivation level isn't high enough." Qing Lin's voice echoed once more. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand reached out and pointed at Wang Wei. "Wang Wei, teacher needs your cultivation." Wang Wei nodded. Without any hesitation, he charged toward Wang Lin and entered Wang Lin's body. The intense pain from before increased once more, and Wang Lin couldn't help but roar. "Who won, Qing Shuang and you?" Wang Lin's body trembled, but his right hand was extremely calm. In the end, he pointed at Zhou Yi. "Enter all of you." As Qing Shuang's voice echoed, "Who won, Qing Shuang and Zhou Yi," didn't hesitate at all. They turned into 3 rays of light and entered Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the intense pain almost made Wang Lin go crazy. His roar was heaven-shattering. "The old man won't take over your body, but will give you power, the old man's understanding of law, and all of the old man's celestial spells. He will let you personally display a nirvana void battle. This is a great fortune given to you for coming to save the old man." Qing Lin's voice gradually dissipated. The moment it disappeared, an unimaginable power erupted from Wang Lin's body like crazy. This power was so strong that it could cause all life in the world to tremble and collapse the entire universe. What did nirvana, shatterer, cultivators count for? It was as if one thought was enough to make them kneel before him. A feeling that he could control the world and even make the world yield under his feet appeared like crazy in Wang Lin's heart. Pain continued to come from his body, but none of this attracted Wang Lin's attention. He clearly felt a power he had never imagined in his life. At this moment, he possessed it. "Go and fight." An ancient voice seemed to echo in his mind. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and stared at the ancient devil in the distance. Ancient Devil Ta Jia stared dumbfoundedly at all of this, and his eyes were filled with fear. He finally understood Qing Lin's last move. This last move was actually to pass down Tao. The heavens and earth have spirits, and one cultivates their own Tao. When one cultivates their Tao is passed down to all living beings. This is the Tao of the heavens and earth. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and there was no change in his expression. He raised his right hand, pointed at the sky, and slowly said, "Earth." As soon as he said that, the wind and clouds in his sea of consciousness surged. The power of rules suddenly moved, tearing everything in the area to shreds, including the seawater on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the place Wang Lin was in became a yellow desert. Ancient Devil Ta Jia's expression changed once more. He suppressed his fear and let out a roar as he swung his arm at Wang Lin. A black wind appeared out of nowhere and covered the sky. It formed a storm that gathered from all directions toward Wang Lin. At the same time, Ancient Devil Ta Jia began to speak in the ancient language. His right hand reached at the void, and a black blade hundreds of feet long appeared. He grabbed the blade and threw it at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he pointed forward. The surrounding whirlwinds suddenly stopped, and even the devil blade seemed to stop moving. It floated motionlessly in the air. "Call the wind," Wang Lin calmly said. The world suddenly trembled, and the black fog in the sky dissipated. What replaced it was endless black wind. There were shadows of dragons within the black wind, but it wasn't nine, it was Sure Sands. Sure Sands' black dragon let out a roar and charged at the ancient devil. The rumbling aura caused ancient devil Tajia to immediately retreat. 8 ancient devil stars rotated in his eyes, and he began to speak in the ancient language. Ancient devil spell, boundary. Tajia let out a roar, and his expression became extremely serious. His right hand formed a seal, and he waved his hand. A black line appeared before him and surrounded him. At this moment, it was as if the inside and outside of this black line were 2 different areas, forming a boundary. No divine ability from the outside world could enter this boundary. Ancient devil spell, heaven devour. After using the boundary realm, Tajia let out a roar and immediately got up. Demonic energy surged, and a huge mouth appeared to devour everything in front of him. This mouth was the size of the heavens and earth. It was as if it could devour the heavens and earth. However, none of this caused Wang Lin's expression to change at all. Sure Sands' black dragon, which was charging at Tajia, entangled with each other. Bursts of black wind surrounded them, and unexpectedly turned into a black lance. This lance was completely black and gave off bursts of celestial spiritual energy as it shot toward Tajia. When mastered by fans, a celestial spell is cultivated to the limit. It can turn into Master's treasure. Back then, after Master created a celestial spell, he sacrificed a powerful spell to a treasure and fused it with the law of the world. He said that if his disciples could cultivate the celestial spell to the limit, they could summon a treasure that would multiply the power of their spell. At this moment, words appeared in Wang Lin's mind. He had no impression of these words, but this voice belonged to Shimizu. It was clear that this was a seal that had been placed on Wang Lin's celestial spell. The original intent was for Wang Lin to cultivate a spell to the peak before breaking the seal. The black lance instantly collided with the heaven-devouring mouth around Tajia. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the heaven-devouring mouth was pierced through. It gave off a large amount of devilish energy and collapsed. It could devour the heavens and earth, but it couldn't devour the power of a spell with the cultivation Wang Lin had obtained for a short period of time. Not to mention him, even if Bai Fan was reborn, he would be shocked when he saw the 13 black dragons formed by Call the Wind. Even Bai Fan could only form 11 dragons at most. After breaking through the heaven-devouring spell, the entire world trembled. The black lance charged into the boundary around ancient devil Tajia, and there was a burst of dazzling black light. The boundary crackled and immediately collapsed. So what if it was split into 2 worlds to stop all spells? If one's cultivation level was high enough, then there was no boundary in this world. The black lance directly penetrated Tajia's body, but it didn't rush out. Instead, it exploded inside his body, creating an unimaginable impact. This caused ancient devil Tajia's large body to disintegrate into countless strands of devilish energy that reformed into his ancient devil body. However, the fear in his eyes became even stronger, and he turned around to escape. However, how could Wang Lin let him escape? He calmly stepped forward and slowly said, "You can't escape. This is just the beginning. Next, let me experience some of the true third-step divine abilities." As Tajia retreated, he felt as if he had run into an iron plate. He could clearly feel that the sea of consciousness around him seemed to have fused with countless laws, and they had perfectly fused together to form a cage. He indeed couldn't escape. Tajia suddenly turned around, and his eyes were filled with madness. 3 of the 8 ancient devil stars in his eyes immediately collapsed. "I can't write anymore. 5 chapters, 15,000 words. I didn't fill in the blanks to fool everyone, but completely developed according to the plot. The eruption this time is full of quality. I'm begging for monthly votes. Could surpass 300? Could it allow the monthly votes to increase explosively after midnight? Chapter 11:18. Ancient Devil Star Shattering. A surge of devilish energy came from Ta Jia's eyes along with the shattered Devil Star. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded Qing Lin's sea of consciousness, forming a giant vortex that swept out with Ta Jia as the center. The sand on the ground trembled as it was pulled by the vortex and slowly moved. Even Wang Lin's clothes were being pulled by the vortex, and flapping sounds could be heard. However, his head of white hair didn't move at all. His calm eyes coldly looked at ancient devil Ta Jia. Wang Lin didn't stop Ta Jia from shattering the stars. Qing Lin had gathered the power of Wang Wei, Hu Wan, Qing Shuang, and Zhou Yi, along with Qing Lin's own cultivation, to give Wang Lin such a great fortune. This kind of fortune was something Wang Lin had never thought of before. He cherished it very much and needed to constantly comprehend it through battle. The more he comprehended, the more benefits it would bring him. This kind of opportunity could only be encountered by chance, and it would disappear in a flash. How much he could comprehend would depend on Wang Lin's understanding of Tao and his luck. That was why he wouldn't let this battle end so quickly. The stronger ancient devil Ta Jia was, the more desperate he was, and the more enlightenment Wang Lin would gain during the battle. At this moment, Ta Jia's giant body began to shrink as devilish energy surged. In the blink of an eye, he was only 1,000 feet tall. However, as his body shrank, it became more and more solid, as if he was corporeal. I, Ta Jia, have devoured ancient demon Bei Lu and 3 other ancient devils of my clan. I refined demons to condense my anger, sorrow, jealousy, and greed into a great spell of my ancient devil clan. Ancient devil Ta Jia's body floated into the air, and devilish energy surrounded him. His voice was like the whimper of the wind that shook the world. Ancient devil heavenly Tao, finger of 4 desires. Ta Jia's eyes shined brightly, and there was monstrous anger in them. This anger immediately turned into endless sorrow, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into mad jealousy. In the end, it turned into greed that wanted to devour the world. These 4 emotions rapidly alternated in ancient devil Ta Jia's eyes, causing him to raise his right hand. As he raised his right hand, 4 strands of devilish energy came out of his eyes and surrounded his right hand. Then Ta Jia's right index finger mercilessly pointed at Wang Lin. The 4 strands of devilish energy immediately fused with his finger and formed a shocking black light. It didn't charge at Wang Lin, but condensed at the tip of his finger. The moment the black light appeared, it was as if it was going to tear the world apart. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the desert Wang Lin had created began to distort as if it couldn't withstand it and was about to collapse. Ta Jia's eyes were bloodshot as he stepped forward. His left hand pointed at the sky, and he shouted, "The heavens are angry, so those who defy the heavens must suffer the wrath of the heavens." My ancient devil clan's finger of 9 desires absorbs the wrath of the heavens, and we use the wrath of the heavens to fight the heavens. After he said this, the world he created immediately began to rumble. Strands of red gas appeared in the sky and charged at the ray of black light. In the blink of an eye, the red gas fused with the black light, causing its power to increase greatly. The light seemed to cover a small portion of the world. The heavens have sorrow, and its sorrow is the desire to cultivate. Absorb the sorrow of the heavens to complete my ancient devil spell. As Ta Jia roared, countless strands of blue gas appeared in the world and quickly gathered toward the black light. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. Those who cultivate to the heavens will be envied by the heavens. The heavens are even more greedy. They covet the changes in the laws of the world, and they covet everything in the world. I, ancient devil Ta Jia, command the 4 great heavenly desires of anger, sorrow, jealousy, and greed to form my devil clan's finger of 4 desires. Break all barriers, kill gods, kill demons, and slaughter the heavens. Jia let out an angry roar as he stepped forward. The black light from his right index finger covered the world as he pointed at Wang Lin. In an instant, heavenly Tao energy appeared above Wang Lin's body and formed 4 storms that descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were as tall as the sky and charged at Wang Lin from all directions. Ancient devil spells are indeed extraordinary. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he waved his right hand. Rain appeared around him and formed a long river. It didn't look big, but each drop of rain that formed the river seemed to form its own world. Each world was filled with monstrous rain that fell like a waterfall. This long river surrounded Wang Lin's body, and as the 4 storms closed in, it quickly condensed and compressed. The river around Wang Lin became smaller and smaller until the majestic river of rain turned into one drop. This drop of rain was like a crystal. It was crystal clear and gave off a dazzling glow. This drop of water was the limit of Summon the Rain, but it wasn't the limit of Wang Lin's spell. Just like how call the wind surpassed by fan and turn into sure sand, this drop of water suddenly compressed even more before Wang Lin's eyes. Thunderous sounds came from within the raindrops. In an instant, the raindrops were compressed again, and with a boom, they turned into invisible water vapor. Although this water vapor couldn't be seen, its existence could be clearly felt. As Wang Lin waved his right hand, the invisible water vapor spread out with Wang Lin as the center. It turned into 4 almost identical blue swords that charged forward with the water vapor. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the 4 windstorms. Thunderous booms shook the heavens and earth, and the 4 windstorms collapsed. At that moment, the world trembled, and the desert on the ground cracked and distorted, turning back into the black sea it had been before. Wang Lin floated above the sea, and his right hand formed an arc. The remaining water vapor condensed to form 4 more blue swords. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as his right hand mercilessly squeezed. The 4 swords collapsed into 8, and then collapsed again. This cycle continued until there were 128 swords before Wang Lin. With one wave, they all charged at ancient devil Jia. All of this was very smooth. Wang Lin was very casual, but in ancient devil Jia's eyes, it was as if he was terrified to the extreme. He couldn't imagine that his ancient devil's 4 desires spell would be broken like this. Seeing the more than 100 blue swords charge at him, Jia immediately retreated. He borrowed the devilish energy that still remained after shattering 3 stars to let out a roar. His hands formed a seal, and his eyes were filled with madness. Use the soul of an ancient devil to form the ancient devil Tao pattern. Jia's hands were trembling in a strange manner. Every time they trembled, a black wave would spread from his hands. In the blink of an eye, thousands of black ripples had appeared in front of Jia and shot towards the hundreds of blue swords in front of him. Popping sounds echoed. Under the impact of the endless ripples, the blue swords began to tremble as well. In the end, they were penetrated by the ripples and turned toward Wang Lin. Jia continued to retreat, and his hands trembled even more violently. However, the madness in his eyes became even stronger. This ancient devil Tao pattern consumed his ancient devil soul. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stepped into the ripples. If one looked from above, they would clearly see the black ripples echoing across the surface of the sea. It was a shocking scene. Being inside the ripples, Wang Lin could clearly feel the attack of the ripples. They were targeting the origin soul and could cause great damage to the origin soul. If it was just a bit weaker, it would immediately collapse. If you were at the 9-star level, the power of this ancient devil Tao pattern might affect me, but now. Wang Lin shook his head and took a step forward. This step landed between the 2 ripples. He walked forward step by step, but he didn't touch any ripples. His body was transparent, and even when the ripples closed in, they passed through. Body of law. That Qing Lin even passed down his body of law for you to comprehend. Jia quickly retreated, but before he could retreat far, Wang Lin had already stepped forward and casually pointed with his right hand. "Stop!" With this point of his finger, the laws of the world immediately descended, causing Ta Jia's body to stop for a moment, as if he was imprisoned in the air. Wang Lin walked in, and his right hand gently hit the spot between ancient devil Ta Jia's eyebrows. There was a thunderous bang, and devilish energy surged out from Ta Jia's body. The devilish energy turned into a monstrous black fog that was being pushed back. Ta Jia let out a miserable scream and was thrown back. However, the restriction on his body didn't dissipate, so he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even circulate his devilish energy. Star-shattering, Wang Lin stayed close to the ancient devil and moved with him. His right hand formed a finger, and he calmly pointed at the ancient devil's body. With one finger, countless strands of devilish energy surged out from the ancient devil's body. Still not star-shattering. In the blink of an eye, thunderous rumbles echoed as Wang Lin pointed at Ta Jia 7 times. Ta Jia was thrown back 7 times, but each time, Wang Lin would immediately follow up with another finger. After 7 times, a majority of the devilish energy in Ta Jia's body had dissipated. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness, and the remaining 5 ancient devil stars in his eyes all exploded. Wang Lin revealed a smile and withdrew his finger. His body floated back like a cloud. He had calmly moved to make the ancient devil shatter his stars. Only then would he be able to display the strongest power of the ancient devil and prove that Wang Lin had comprehended Tao. The ancient devil stars in Ta Jia's eyes all collapsed. In an instant, an aura several times stronger than before erupted from his body. He let out a roar and easily broke the stop spell. "You forced me to do this. Even if this devil dies, I'll die with you." 9-star ancient devil spell, Purple Cloud Devil Calamity. Chapter 11:19. When the 5 stars exploded, the devilish energy from ancient devil Ta Jia's body increased like crazy. When it fused with the power of the 3 stars, it was infinitely close to the power of a 9-star ancient devil. At this moment, Ta Jia had already lost to Qing Lin. He no longer had the qualifications to obtain Qing Lin's body, and the only thing that awaited him was death. However, Ta Jia was unwilling. Even if he died, he was going to die with Wang Lin. Even if he died, he was going to use his most powerful spells as a member of the ancient devil clan. At this moment, Wang Lin could interfere with Ta Jia and kill him before he could use his most powerful spells. However, he didn't do this. Whether it was for the sake of his own Tao or out of respect for the Ancient Order clan, he chose to give ancient devil Ta Jia enough time to use the spell that even he was excited to see. As Ta Jia's angry roar echoed, his body condensed once more. In the blink of an eye, he was the size of a normal person. However, his body that was almost corporeal gave off a sense of power. Ancient devil Ta Jia's black body, devil horn, and red eyes gave off a heaven-shaking and terrifying aura. Purple gas. As Ta Jia let out a roar, the black devilish energy around his body suddenly changed color. In the blink of an eye, most of it turned purple and surrounded his body. Ta Jia raised his hands, and his 10 fingers formed a diamond pattern. The purple aura around his body rushed out and went into the diamond pattern. In the blink of an eye, a purple diamond suddenly appeared between his hands. Devilish calamity. Ta Jia let out a roar, and a vortex appeared between his eyebrows. The devil's soul flew out and charged into the rhombus, causing the rhombus to shine brightly. "Die!" Ta Jia charged forward, and his hands mercilessly pushed at Wang Lin. The purple diamond flew out like lightning toward Wang Lin. At first, the diamond was only the size of a palm, but as it flew out, it became larger and larger. In the end, it covered the sky and descended on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he slowly closed his eyes. He felt the diamond-shaped, devilish, divine retribution around him. He clearly felt that after the diamond-shaped, devilish, divine retribution surrounded him, it had completely separated him from the surroundings. At the same time, the diamond rapidly shrank and everything in its path collapsed. It was getting closer and closer to Wang Lin. Unfortunately, the purple gas isn't dense. Wang Lin shook his head. When he opened his eyes, the diamond was less than 3 inches from him. If one looked from afar, they wouldn't even be able to see Wang Lin clearly. One could only see a giant, purple diamond shrinking around Wang Lin's body. It was as if it would instantly cause Wang Lin to collapse like the world. "Mountain crumbles," Wang Lin softly said. The moment he spoke, a mountain suddenly rose from his body. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the mountain shot into the sky. It wasn't just one mountain, but a second, a third. In the blink of an eye, 9 towering mountains appeared around Wang Lin. The purple diamond immediately stopped shrinking. Under the push of the mountains, it seemed to show signs of being pushed back. However, the power of the purple devil calamity far surpassed any of Ta Jia's previous spells. At this moment, it began to fight against the 9 mountains. As they collided, the 9 mountains began to crack. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he softly said, "Collapse." The 9 mountains collapsed and turned into volcanoes that erupted. They collided with the purple diamond, creating a heaven-shaking shockwave that surrounded Wang Lin. As the mountain collapsed, Wang Lin slowly walked out. He stared at the ancient devil, who was filled with despair and unwillingness. All of this is not your own power. It is just that Qing Lin's mind cooperated with you and allowed you to temporarily obtain your current cultivation level. If we weren't in this sea of consciousness, but in the outside world, without Qing Lin's help, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. This devil refuses to accept this. Ta Jia roared at the sky. He felt a chill in his heart when he heard Qing Lin's plan. He could never have imagined that Qing Lin's plan wasn't to find an expert to destroy his devil soul, but to absorb the person who saved him into his sea of consciousness. Although a majority of Qing Lin's sea of consciousness was occupied by the ancient devil, it still belonged to Qing Lin, so he could control it. However, with the ancient devil here, Qing Lin's origin soul was invaded, so the illusions couldn't be used to attack the ancient devil. However, using someone else's soul as a body and giving up control of the sea of consciousness to give it to Wang Lin was the same as handing over his life and death to someone else. As a result, Qing Lin's sea of consciousness could change according to Wang Lin's will. He could create illusions of everything in the world and simulate all laws. Under these circumstances, Wang Lin had the power of the 3rd step. Ancient devil Ta Jian knew that this was only temporary. After all, souls were different, and forcibly controlling someone else's sea of consciousness wouldn't last long. It wouldn't take long for Wang Lin to weaken. Once he left Qing Lin's sea of consciousness and returned to the outside world, Wang Lin would return to his original form. However, what was the point of knowing all of this? Ancient devil Ta Jia wouldn't be able to last much longer. "Qing Lin, you win." Ta Jia revealed a bitter expression, but it was soon replaced by ferociousness. "However, this devil still has one last spell. I'll use the last moment of my life to use the strongest spell of the ancient devil clan. Even if I die, I have no regrets." Ancient devil Ta Jia flew into the sky with a grin. He stretched out his hand, and his body was surrounded by devilish energy. Then before Wang Lin's eyes, he suddenly exploded. Beginning Devil Dao, Ta Jia's voice slowly descended from the sky the moment his body collapsed. At the same time, the entire sky was covered by thick clouds of devilish energy. In the blink of an eye, the world was covered in darkness. A pair of gloomy eyes slowly appeared in the dark sky. In an instant, the black fog in the sky churned, and many pairs of almost identical eyes appeared inside the black fog. Their gazes all gathered on Wang Lin. This scene was very strange and indescribable. For the first time, Wang Lin's expression changed. He raised his head and looked at those countless pairs of eyes. "Your name is Wang Lin." An ancient voice echoed across the world. The moment this voice appeared, those pairs of eyes gradually revealed confusion. Wang Lin's eyes were clear. "You started cultivating at the age of 15, and now it has been more than 1,000 years. However, there is evil in your life. Once you step onto the path of Tao, you will destroy your family. Your father died, your mother died, and all of your family died. Although there are still some left, they are just a drop in the ocean, and the calamity will never end. As the voice continued to echo, the pairs of eyes in the sky awakened from their confusion. However, there was a pain that came from the heart. Wang Lin's body trembled slightly, but his eyes were still clear. Your parents died because of you. Your family died because of you. As the voice echoed, all the eyes in the sky became red, as if they were about to bleed. Some of the eyes even exploded, turning into a pool of blood that dripped down. Wang Lin's eyes also became red, and his body trembled even more. Your wife died because of you, your son became a soul because of you, and none of your loved ones survived. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the pairs of eyes in the sky collapsed and blood fell. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was extremely pale. His body trembled, and he retreated a few steps. His right hand touched his chest. Although he was only a soul, he could clearly feel the pain coming from his heart. This pain was like poison that continued to invade his mind and destroy everything. Defiant showed you kindness, but he died. Rosefinch Divine Emperor showed you kindness, but he also died. Even Zhou, he lost the body of his beloved after meeting you. Even the Celestial Cloud couple was only able to save Qing Lin because of you. The ancient voice slowly echoed, but each word contained a mysterious law that landed on Wang Lin's body. This caused Wang Lin's face to become even more pale. Have I said enough? Wang Lin muttered to himself as he retreated. If it was any other time, it would be useless if someone else said all of this. However, right now, for some reason, Wang Lin felt the pain in his heart increase, as if it was going to be torn apart. You? Just as the voice echoed, Wang Lin suddenly looked up. His expression was calm, but it revealed a terrifying coldness. I asked you, have I said enough? His calm words contained no emotion. Wang Lin charged out, and his right hand reached out. The countless eyes in the sky collapsed, and blood fell on Wang Lin's body. I, Wang Lin, have lived my life with an indomitable spirit. Even if I've made mistakes, as long as I can live up to my Tao heart, that's enough. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal, and he pointed at the sky. Celestial spell, fallen star. As he spoke, a ray of starlight descended from the sky, piercing through the layers of black fog and landing on the surface of the sea. Shortly after, rays of starlight that were like swords appeared out of nowhere. They pierced through the black fog one after another, and even more starlight shot out from the seawater below, shooting up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with starlight. Wang Lin waved his arms, and the starlight was pushed back toward the black fog in the sky. They collided and created an indescribable shockwave that shattered everything in the world. Wang Lin's body also collapsed at this moment. Wang Wei, Huan, Zhou Yi, Qing Shuang, and the green-robed Qing Lin appeared one by one. As the sea of consciousness collapsed, these people's figures gradually merged with the fragments and disappeared one by one. In the dark void of the rain celestial realm, inside the floating palace, Situ Nen cautiously looked at the door of the palace. Sometimes he would look at the people inside the formation, and his heart gradually became anxious. The silver-robed female corpse was the same. Her gaze fell on Wang Lin as if it would last for an eternity. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's body trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. He silently stood up and walked to the door of the main hall. He silently looked at the void outside. The monthly votes were overtaken. In fact, this should have happened yesterday, but I used the eruption to delay it for a day. I know that everyone has done their best. I don't feel unwilling, I don't laugh at myself, and I don't feel bitter. I just calmly looked at the monthly votes list and silently typed. I silently prepared for the next eruption. Chapter 1120. The void outside the temple was completely dark, and muffled sounds echoed in the distance. When one got closer, one could see some broken rain, celestial realm stones floating in the void as if they had no home. In truth, they indeed had no home, so they could only silently float in the void for eternity. Inside the formation, Qing Lin opened his eyes, revealing the vicissitudes of time. The celestial emperor of the past looked like an old man, even though he was middle-aged. However, the moment he awakened, there was a strong smell of decay coming from his body. Qing Shuang woke up as well. She looked at the wound on her right arm and frowned. She moved her body as if she had been asleep for far too long and wasn't used to the existence of her body. Wang Wei and Hu Wan's faces were pale, but they also opened their eyes. Wang Wei's eyes were filled with excitement as he knelt down and respectfully looked at Qing Lin while trembling. "Mas, teacher, you." Hu Wan also nervously looked at Qing Lin, who had just sat up and bit her lower lip. Qing Lin faintly smiled as he carefully looked at his beloved disciple and softly said, "It has been hard on you all these years, teacher." Wang Wei's body trembled violently, and 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. He had waited for countless years for his teacher to awaken. For this, he had lived in the demon spirit land for many years. All of this was because Celestial Emperor Qing Lin had accepted him as a disciple. Wang Wei could never forget that back in the celestial realm, he was just an unknown little cultivator. It was his teacher who gave him a new life, gave him the cultivation to reach the peak, and also gave him a lifetime of happiness. At this moment, he also opened his eyes and looked at Qing Shuang beside him. Although there was bitterness and sadness in his heart, there was even more calmness. "Senior Qing Lin, Junior has a request." Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the void and looked at Qing Lin. "Are you here as a junior or as the old man's disciple?" Qing Lin's calm gaze fell on Wang Lin. "Master, this person is disciple's close friend. He has an immortal poison in his body." Qing Lin was silent for a moment. Then he pointed at Situ Nan, who had been paying attention to the situation, and spoke respectfully. Qing Lin's expression was normal. He glanced at Situ Nan and said slowly, "What amazing talent. Are you willing to become the apprentice of the old man?" Even though Situ Nan was arrogant, when facing Qing Lin, he didn't have the same calmness as Wang Lin. After all, he didn't participate in the entire process of saving Qing Lin. His heart was filled with awe and respect. Hearing this, he hesitated and said, "This disciple greets Master." At this point, Situ Nan raised his head and said, "But Master, I like to do whatever I want. You cannot restrict my freedom." This last sentence caused Qing Lin to laugh and say, "After you get detoxified, you can do whatever you want. Why would the old man restrict your freedom?" After he finished speaking, Qing Lin shook his head, but his expression was very kind. He stood up, put his right hand on his daughter Qing Shuang's shoulder, and softly said, "Qing Shuang, let me borrow your celestial spiritual energy." As he spoke, a powerful suction force came from Qing Lin's right hand. Suddenly, the celestial spiritual energy in Qing Shuang's body moved and entered Qing Lin's right hand. This celestial spiritual energy wasn't much, only a sliver. It was so little that even the small amount of celestial spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body was countless times more than this sliver. However, this sliver of celestial spiritual energy turned into a blinding, golden light in Qing Lin's right hand. Although this light wasn't 100,000 feet wide, it instantly shrouded the entire hall. In the blink of an eye, the hall was no longer green but golden like the sun. Qing Lin's expression was calm as he slowly walked forward. He stepped out of the hall and floated in the void. He looked at the rocks floating by in the distance. He looked at the home that was once a celestial realm in his memory. His eyes were filled with sorrow and bitterness. At this moment, a majority of the celestial realm had collapsed. Even the fragments that hadn't completely collapsed were in the process of collapsing. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before the Rain celestial realm would disappear and become an existence in the memories of cultivators. If tens of thousands of years passed, even this memory would fade until it was completely forgotten. With a soft sigh, Qing Lin waved the golden light in his right hand. Immediately, the golden light floated into the sky. It was like a real sun that enveloped the entire void, illuminating everything. Golden lines slowly appeared out of nowhere within the golden light. These golden lines intersected with each other, forming a net that rapidly spread out in all directions. All the laws in the world were condensed within the golden lines. The golden light contained a life force that could nourish all living things. As the golden light and golden lines spread out, the entire rain celestial realm was shrouded by them. The collapsing fragments trembled and stopped collapsing. The floating rocks also stopped moving at this moment. In that instant, the vortexes that had been formed from the collapse stopped spinning, as if they were eternally motionless. Recondense the celestial realm. Qing Lin's voice was very low, but it was clearly heard by the people walking out of the hall. Wang Wei and Huan trembled and looked at Qing Lin with reverence in their eyes. Qing Shuang looked at her father's back without any expression. For as long as she could remember, her father was like the pillar that supported the celestial realm. He didn't have time to play with her when she was young. Instead, he was busy with the matters of the celestial realm and cultivating. The day the celestial realm collapsed was still fresh in Qing Shuang's mind. She knew that the celestial realm was her father's blood, sweat, and tears. However, when she personally saw the celestial realm collapse, not only did Qing Lin not feel sadness, she felt a trace of relief. This feeling was very complicated, and even she didn't know how to describe it. However, seeing her father recondense the celestial realm, Qing Shuang felt a trace of pain in her heart. Zhou Yi silently looked at Qing Shuang. When he saw the pain on Qing Shuang's face, his heart trembled. As Qing Lin spoke, the net formed by the golden lines suddenly shrank after it covered the entire celestial realm. At the same time, the golden light surrounded the net, and the vortexes in the rain celestial realm silently dissipated. The broken rocks seemed to be attracted by the power of heaven and earth. They gathered together and approached the few fragments. Gradually, they formed a new fragment continent in the void. The entire rain immortal world was empty except for this fragment that was emitting waves of dense celestial energy. Outside this fragment, there was a web of golden threads that slowly spread out on the ground. As the golden light fell, grass appeared on the barren land, and streams of water appeared out of nowhere. Under the rumbling sounds, tall mountains rose into the sky, and majestic palaces appeared one after another. The rain celestial realm temple behind Wang Lin slowly floated forward and landed at the center of the fragment. From now on, this is the new rain celestial realm. Qing Lin's voice was calm as it echoed across the world. Wang Lin sat on top of a mountain in the new rain celestial realm and felt the celestial spiritual energy around him. The power of the golden light from Qing Lin's right hand echoed in his mind. He clearly felt the change of law and source energy from the golden light. It had been 3 days since the birth of the new rain celestial realm. Situ Nan was brought into the temple by Qing Lin. Wang Wei and Huan chose a palace to quietly live in. Wang Wei's expression showed that he was very happy. His happiness was Huan's happiness. This couple had a happiness that made Wang Lin envious. Thinking about the word happiness, Wang Lin turned around and looked into the distance. Before him was a mountain of ice surrounded by celestial clouds. Qing Shuang was on top of this ice mountain. Qing Shuang's personality was extremely cold. She didn't even talk much to her father. She would only talk a bit more to Huan. After the new rain celestial realm was formed, Qing Shuang used her spell to turn into an ice mountain and silently lived on top of it. She didn't welcome anyone to go up. However, Wang Lin clearly saw Zhou Yi quietly sitting under the ice mountain. He was still looking up at the blurry figure on top of the ice mountain as if he was protecting it, just like how he protected the corpse 2,000 years ago. Qing Shuang's awakening might not be a blessing for Big Brother Zhou. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at the blue sky. There were no spatial cracks in the new rain celestial realm, and it was extremely stable. Behind him, the silver female corpse silently sat there. Her gaze would occasionally fall on Wang Lin, but would quickly move away. During the 3 days that Wang Lin had been sitting here, aside from thinking about Qing Lin's golden law, he had been constantly remembering what he had comprehended in Qing Lin's sea of consciousness. After he left the sea of consciousness, his cultivation didn't soar to the heavens. He was still at the early stage of nirvana cleanser, but there was a seed for the third step in his body. A seed for law, for Tao, and for the pursuit of Tao. This was the great fortune that Qing Lin had given him. Back when the heaven-defying bead first opened, Wang Lin had seen the third step before the heaven-defying bead, but he had only seen it. Now Qing Lin's great fortune allowed him to feel the spell of the third step. This was extremely precious to Wang Lin, and it made his direction even clearer. As he continued to comprehend, an exhausted voice slowly echoed in his mind. "Wang Lin, come see me." Wang Lin looked up at the temple in the rain celestial realm. He got up and calmly walked toward the temple. It didn't take long for him to close in and enter. Just as he entered the temple, Wang Lin couldn't help but stop for a moment. Before him sat an old man who looked similar to Qing Lin. After taking a closer look, it was clearly Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. However, for some unknown reason, his face had aged a lot. Qing Lin slowly said, "Sit." Wang Lin sat down in the lotus position across from Qing Lin with a calm expression. He was going to explode today. Asked for a monthly ticket. Chapter 1121. Qing Lin looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Teacher was seriously injured back then, and then I battled Bello and Tajia. Tajia entered my body and has been entangled with me ever since. Although I'm not completely exhausted, I need to go into closed-door cultivation to heal. I learned about the current situation in the brilliant Void Star system from your senior apprentice, Brother Wang Wei. It is a mess. From now on, this new Rain Celestial Realm will belong to my Qing Lin bloodline. The seal on the Rain Celestial Realm has been opened, so no one can enter. If you have friends or family, you can bring them here to cultivate in the Rain Celestial Realm. Once Teacher recovers his cultivation, we can return to our former glory in the Celestial Realm." Qing Lin calmly said as his gaze met Wang Lin's. Wang Lin pondered for a long time before softly asking, "Does Teacher know about the ancient gods?" Qing Lin's eyes remained calm as he nodded. Wang Lin looked at Qing Lin and softly said, "I don't know if Teacher can resist an 8-star ancient god, royal clan." Hearing the word royal clan, Qing Lin pondered for a moment and then said, "You must be talking about the ancient god 2C on the Suzaku." Wang Lin was not surprised. Qing Lin was, after all, a celestial emperor. 2C had existed before the celestial realm, so it was reasonable that Qing Lin knew about him. When Teacher was at his peak, he didn't put him in his eyes. However, due to some special reasons, I never went there to take a look. Now I only have the power for one attack. Even if it was him, he would have to retreat in defeat under one of my attacks. One attack. Wang Lin bitterly smiled. He understood the meaning behind Qing Lin's words. Qing Lin was too injured, so he only had one attack left. It could only deter, but it couldn't be used. Otherwise, even if the enemy was forced to retreat, there would be danger everywhere in the future. Qing Lin pondered a bit and then slowly said, "I have been entangled by ancient devil Tajia for too long. The passage to the outer realm is not far away, so I have to recover my peak cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, my sealed realm will be destroyed. However, if you want, I can use one attack for you." Wang Lin shook his head and looked at Qing Lin. "Master, what kind of tribulation did the immortal world experience back then?" This question had been in Wang Lin's mind for thousands of years, but he still didn't know the reason. A cold light flashed in Qing Lin's eyes, followed by bitterness. "Everything is because of the heaven-span door." Qing Lin didn't want to speak any further. He looked up, the complex expression on his face growing stronger. Wang Lin lowered his head and slowly said, "In Master's cave, I saw the Rune race's sacred ancestor. Do you believe her words?" Qing Lin was silent for a moment before asking softly. Wang Lin didn't say anything. "The battle between the outer realm and the sealed realm has lasted for too long. You will know all of this in the future." Qing Lin let out a sigh and ended the topic. Go and bring your family and friends here. With Master here, I can guarantee their safety in the rain world. Qing Lin looked at Wang Lin with a kind gaze. Wang Lin nodded. After hesitating for a bit, he raised his right hand and reached at the void. A crack appeared before him, and a crystal coffin floated out. Teacher, do you recognize this coffin? Wang Lin's heart became nervous as he stared at Qing Lin. In truth, aside from Situ Nan's poison and Zhou Yi's wish, he had saved Qing Lin for another purpose. Information about this coffin. Qing Lin's eyes narrowed. He naturally saw Wang Lin's nervousness. After carefully looking at the coffin, he pondered for a bit and nodded. If Master isn't wrong, this is the heaven-avoiding coffin. Wang Lin was startled, and his breathing became rough. This heaven-avoiding coffin isn't something from the four celestial realms, but from the ancient celestial realm. Rumor has it that this coffin can bring the dead back to life, but that is only a rumor. However, if you know the chant to use the heaven-avoiding coffin, it is possible to revive a soul fragment. However, Master doesn't know the chant. Qing Lin's words gave Wang Lin hope, but at the same time, it also made Wang Lin's hope fall flat. It was as if a heavy hammer had hit his chest. Wang Lin's face was pale and filled with bitterness. If even Qing Lin didn't know the chant, then who in this world would know? However, Qing Lin looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath and stared at Qing Lin. Hope reappeared in his eyes. Master heard that the heaven-avoiding coffin first appeared in the lightning celestial realm and belonged to Celestial Emperor Zixia. Zixia's cultivation level was only lower than Master's and even higher than Baifan's. When the lightning celestial realm collapsed, perhaps she was still alive or left behind a legacy. If you can find her, perhaps you can find the chant for the heaven-avoiding coffin. Even if you can't find it, it is fine. Once Master recovers, I'll help you. Wang Lin got up and clasped his hands. He was already satisfied with this answer. Go. Bring the people you think are important here. The only thing I can do for you is to ensure their safety. Qing Lin revealed a tired expression. With that, he waved his right hand and a tattoo flew out. It landed on Wang Lin's palm and entered his body. When you come back, activate this tattoo. Wang Lin nodded. He looked at Qing Lin, put away the heaven-avoiding coffin, and left. In the Alliance star system, the cultivators that used to travel back and forth had all disappeared. Almost all the cultivators from the various forces had gone to the distant planet Suzuku. At this moment, a ray of light flashed through the stars. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he quickly moved forward. Qing Lin's awakening and the appearance of the new rain celestial realm didn't solve Wang Lin's crisis, but he no longer had any worries. With Qing Lin's promise to send everyone close to him to the rain celestial realm, Wang Lin could rest assured. He didn't want Qing Lin to help him fight against Tua's senator. The consequences of doing so might temporarily solve the danger of Tua's son. But Qing Lin had said that he could only defeat Tua's son and not kill him. As a result, it wouldn't have much of an effect. Everything depends on me. Wang Lin understood that although he had saved Qing Lin, no one could help him when he faced a true crisis. He had to face and solve the matters of the world by himself. He no longer had any real family in this world. If he really did have any, it was only one person. Wang Lin clearly remembered that when his divine sense spread across the demon spirit land with the heaven-defying bead, he saw Zhou Ru in the brilliant void realm. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward. Ripples echoed under his feet, and he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was outside an extremely ordinary abandoned planet. This planet didn't look anything special from a distance, but Wang Lin knew that this was the transfer array to the brilliant void realm. Whether it was to send out the old divine Emperor's Jade or take Zhou Ru away, Wang Lin had to come to the brilliant void realm, even if he didn't want to face Mu Bingmei. Looking at the planet in the distance, Wang Lin let out a sigh. However, he didn't stop and charged into the atmosphere of the planet. He broke through all the barriers and stepped onto the planet. Following the direction his divine sense saw, Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and charged toward the formation. However, just as his divine sense sensed the formation and closed in, for powerful auras appeared and surrounded Wang Lin, preventing him from moving forward. At the same time, a cold voice echoed across the world. This is a forbidden area. If you take half a step forward, no matter where you come from, your soul will be destroyed. Wang Lin frowned as he stopped and clasped his hands. Wang didn't come to fight, but to deliver a jade to the brilliant void realm on behalf of the old divine Emperor Rosefinch. The divine sense auras around him eased up a bit, and the cold voice appeared once more. Leave the jade and scram. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He could clearly feel that these 4 auras were all Nirvana Scryer cultivators. Using Nirvana Scryer cultivators to guard the gate showed how deep the brilliant Void Realm's foundation was. It was no weaker than any force in the Alliance star system. However, these 4 cultivators were too arrogant. Even though they knew Wang Lin was a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, they still spoke like this. It could be assumed that unless one was a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, they wouldn't be polite at all. He didn't have a good impression of the brilliant Void Realm, but his purpose in coming here was to take away Zhou Ru. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin suppressed the fire in his heart and calmly said, "Aside from the jade, I want to see Mu Bingmei." After he said that, loud laughter immediately echoed in the area, and the cold voice spoke once more. To enter the brilliant Void Realm, you need to take out an invitation. Do you have an invitation? Wang Lin frowned and calmly said, "I don't have an invitation. I'll have to trouble you." Before Wang Lin could finish, the cold voice interrupted him and revealed impatience. "You can't enter without an invitation." The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger, but he suppressed it once more and clasped his hands. "I'll have to trouble you to pass on a message. Just say," for the second time. Wang Lin's words were interrupted and the cold voice echoed. "I don't have time. I'll tell you one last time to scram." Wang Lin's killing intent surged, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. After pondering for a bit, he suppressed it once more and calmly said, "I'll have to trouble you to pass on a message. Just say Wang Lin is here. If you have the guts, you can charge in yourself." The voice was filled with impatience. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin was a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, he wouldn't have been polite and would have already chased him away. Wang Lin laughed in anger. He didn't expect the 4 cultivators guarding the transfer array to be so domineering. Good. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he stepped forward. He waved his right hand, and a sea of fire appeared in the sky. It burned the sky red and rained down like crazy. His body flickered and appeared 1,000 feet away. He pointed forward, and the sea of fire charged forward. The space where Wang Lin pointed distorted, and a white-robed old man rushed out with a gloomy expression. At the same time, the void distorted once more, and the other 3 people appeared. They were writing the 3rd chapter. Chapter 11:22. Those who trespass into the forbidden land will die. The old man in white quickly retreated with a roar and surrounded Wang Lin with the other 3 old men. At the same time, his right hand touched his bag of holding, and a jade appeared in his hand. He was about to crush it when a jade appeared in his hand. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he stepped forward. Ripples echoed, and he appeared behind the old man in the blink of an eye. His right index finger moved like lightning and landed between the old man's eyebrows. A Nirvana Scryer cultivator was something Wang Lin could easily kill. The old man's pupils shrank and were filled with shock. He was about to retreat, but before Wang Lin, he wasn't qualified to retreat. A ray of lightning chased after the old man and landed between the old man's eyebrows. The old man coughed out blood, and popping sounds came from his body. His body suddenly collapsed, and his origin soul was about to escape when it was taken by Wang Lin. The jade that wasn't crushed also landed in Wang Lin's hand. All of this happened in a flash. It was so fast that the other 3 old men's bodies trembled violently. However, they were all experienced in battle, so after a moment of shock, they scattered. One of the old men shouted, "Set up the formation." After he spoke, the 3 of them each formed a seal, and a powerful force of the world surrounded them. The force turned into a giant axe that chopped down on Wang Lin. At the same time, the three of them slapped their bags of holding, and two of them took out a horsetail whisk and a jade bead. The horsetail whisk was completely black, and the moment it appeared, the owner of the whisk formed a seal. The strands of hair inside the whisk extended and shot toward Wang Lin like a rain of swords. When they shot toward Wang Lin, they stirred up the power of the world. In addition, the old man that took out the jade bead had 7 fist-sized jade beads floating around him. These beads were crystal clear and glowed brightly. After they appeared, he waved his hand, and the heaven-shaking cries of babies echoed. The mournful faces of 7 babies appeared on the surface of the 7 beads. Popping sounds echoed as the beads exploded, turning into 7 newborn souls. They let out sharp screams as they charged at Wang Lin from 7 different directions. The last old man didn't take out a treasure, but a jade. As his companions attacked, he was about to crush the jade to send a message to the brilliant void realm. The 3 of them had obviously cooperated for a long time and didn't hesitate at all. In the blink of an eye, they all charged at Wang Lin. If it was an ordinary Nirvana cleanser cultivator, they wouldn't care if they were surrounded by 3 peak Nirvana scryer cultivators. However, it would be difficult to stop one of them from crushing the jade. After all, the 3 of them were too familiar with each other and wouldn't give each other a chance. However, they were facing Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even look at the bombardment of the spells and treasures. He waved his sleeves, and the sea of fire in the sky formed a firestorm that swept away the black horsetail whisk. At the same time, Wang Lin pointed with his right hand and softly said, "Stop." With one word, the law of the world descended and all spells stopped. Even the 3 old men's faces turned pale, and they couldn't move at all. They could only watch as Wang Lin walked closer and took the jade from the 3rd old man. He casually waved his right hand, and the old man immediately coughed out blood. His body exploded into a mist of blood, and his origin soul was taken away by Wang Lin. Wang originally didn't want to act, but you guys were too aggressive. Wang Lin pointed with his right hand, and the body of one of the 2 remaining elders collapsed. He couldn't escape the fate of having his origin soul taken. When his gaze fell on the last old man, there was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. Using soul spirits to refine treasures is unforgivable. The remaining old man was the one who had used the 7 beads. His eyes were filled with fear. Wang Lin's strength was beyond his understanding of Nirvana cleanser cultivators. If they had known about this before, they wouldn't have been so arrogant. He didn't think they would have provoked such a terrifying cultivator. However, what made him feel relieved was that although Wang Lin had destroyed his companion's body, his origin soul wasn't injured. Wang Lin was probably worried about the brilliant void realm. However, what Wang Lin said next caused his heart to tremble. He watched helplessly as Wang Lin walked over, and his right hand landed between his eyebrows. Wang Lin's right hand occupied his entire vision. The next moment, intense pain filled his body, and a white flame came out from Wang Lin's fingertip and surrounded the old man. There was no scream. In an instant, the old man's body turned to black ashes along with his origin soul. Of the 4 Nirvana scryer cultivators, 3 were captured and 1 was killed in a short period of time. From beginning to end, none of them had a chance to crush a message jade. Without their control, the illusory axe that did not have any effect at all immediately dissipated into the origin energy of the world. The horsetail whisk, on the other hand, was set ablaze as the flames closed in, and it completely disappeared. The 7 mournful soul spirits were filled with confusion. Looking at these soul spirits, Wang Lin recalled his memories. He waved his sleeves, and a vortex appeared before the 7 soul spirits and sucked them in. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he arrived next to the transfer array. He looked down at it before squatting down and fiddling with it a few times. The transfer array lit up, and waves of origin energy surged in from all directions. The transfer array was completely activated, and light shrouded Wang Lin's figure. A moment later, the light dissipated, and the inside of the transfer array was empty. The brilliant void realm was located in a spatial crack that had been opened up. This place was filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was no different from the celestial world. If there was a difference, it would be because there was no celestial chi here. Instead, it was filled with dense world essence chi. The ground was filled with mountains and rivers. There were also small beasts playing and cranes flying in the sky. Their elegant bodies gave off a peaceful atmosphere. There was a large transfer array in the northern plane of the brilliant void realm. This was the transfer array to and from the brilliant void realm. At this moment, there was a boy sitting outside the transfer array. Although this boy looked young, he gave off the feeling of time. It was obvious that it was due to the cultivation method he cultivated that he looked like a boy. He was sitting there when he suddenly opened his eyes. He muttered a few words and looked at the transfer array. The transfer array rumbled and the light became even brighter. In the blink of an eye, it reached a peak and the space around the transfer array began to distort. Shortly after, the transfer array's light dissipated and the rumbling gradually weakened. A figure appeared inside the transfer array. The boy's originally lazy body immediately stiffened at this moment. He abruptly stood up and took a few steps back. He stared at the person that was gradually walking out of the formation. The boy's pupils shrank, and he said, "You have the smell of blood on you." Wang Lin had come to the brilliant void realm before. He walked out of the transfer array, looked at the boy, and calmly said, "I'll have to trouble you to pass on a message. I'm Wang Lin, and I'm here to deliver the jade from the Rosefinch Divine Sect." The boy frowned, and his eyes became cold. He calmly said, "You're quite bold. It has been a long time since someone has dared to break into the brilliant void realm." Hearing the boy's words, Wang Lin let out a sigh and ignored this person. His divine sense spread out across the entire brilliant void, and he sent out a message. "Junior Wang Lin is here to deliver the jade on behalf of the old divine Emperor Rosefinch." The boy's eyes lit up, but he didn't act. Instead, he continued to observe Wang Lin. As Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, several divine senses came from the brilliant void realm. There were naturally nirvana, shatterer, cultivators among them. Many of them were strong enough to kill Wang Lin. Wang Lin had already considered everything before he came to the brilliant void realm. The old divine emperor wouldn't harm him for no reason. Since he was sent here to deliver the jade, the contents of the jade would naturally not put him in danger. Wang Lin didn't try to check the jade. He understood that there were some things that were better left unknown than knowing. Aside from the old divine emperor, the rune Qing Lin had given him was also the reason why Wang Lin had no worries in the brilliant void realm. With just a thought, he could return to the new reigned celestial realm through the rune in his body. Zhou Ru was cultivating at the top of a mountain in the brilliant void realm. Little White was lazily looking at the white clouds in the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out. At this instant, Zhou Ru's body trembled, and she suddenly opened her eyes. "Uncle!" Even Little White's body trembled. He quickly stood up and looked into the distance. Zhou Ru's little face was red, and she was obviously very excited. She had been looking for Wang Lin for a very long time, and now that she suddenly heard Wang Lin's voice, how could she not be excited? Without any hesitation, she turned into a ray of light and flew toward the source of the divine sense. Little White followed behind Zhou Ru and shook its head. It was on guard. Even now, it still feared the cultivator that made it a bit afraid. After Zhou Ru left, a peerlessly beautiful woman walked out from the air on the mountain she had been on. She silently looked ahead with a complicated and bitter expression as she stepped forward. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, and he stood there waiting. Shortly after, rays of light arrived before Wang Lin and turned into cultivators. These cultivators all had different cultivation levels, but the weakest was at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser. They coldly looked at Wang Lin and didn't consider him a threat at all. The old man that went to the demon spirit land with Mu Bingmei didn't appear. Instead, a middle-aged man wearing a purple gold robe stepped out from the void before Wang Lin. This middle-aged man's expression was filled with majesty. After he appeared, all the surrounding cultivators revealed respectful expressions. The middle-aged man's gaze swept past Wang Lin, and he slowly said, "Divine Emperor Rosefinch has come to the brilliant Void Realm. What a rare guest." Writing the fourth chapter. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1123. Wang Lin looked at the purple and golden robed man. He could only see that this person was at the Nirvana Shatterer stage, so he didn't say much. His right hand grabbed the jade and threw at the man. The man's expression was calm as he caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. However, he immediately exclaimed and revealed a serious expression. Even with his cultivation level, he couldn't see the contents of the jade. However, he could see that the material of this jade was not ordinary. It contained a trace of the heat of the world. Combined with Wang Lin's identity, this jade was not simple. The man raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmly said, "The old divine Emperor Rosefinch learned of a secret from the Alliance headquarters. Before he dies, he ordered me to deliver this jade to the brilliant Void Realm." The man nodded. He knew that this matter was no small matter, so his expression became even more serious. He clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks." Wang Lin waved his right hand, and 3 origin souls were thrown out. They all had their eyes closed. It was obvious they were imprisoned. Earlier, Wang didn't have an invitation. He was anxious about the important matter recorded in the jade, so he forced his way into the transfer array. As Wang Lin spoke, he reached out and another jade appeared in his hand. He threw at the man. This jade contained an image that clearly recorded what happened between Wang Lin and the 4 guards. After the man looked at it, he calmly said, "I'll have to trouble the Divine Emperor to teach them a lesson. However, it's fine to teach them a lesson, but to kill someone from my brilliant Void Realm is a bit unreasonable." Wang Lin calmly said, "It was just a slip of the hand." The man stared at Wang Lin and faintly smiled. "This matter is very important, so I asked the Divine Emperor to stay in the brilliant Void Realm for a few days. I'll hand over the jade." Before the man could finish speaking, a cold woman's voice rang out in the air. "Let him go." The moment this voice appeared, the surrounding cultivators became respectful. Even the purple and golden-robed man was startled for a moment before respectfully nodding. In front of everyone, Mu Bingmei had a complicated expression. She stepped out of the void and looked at Wang Lin. At the same time, 2 streaks of light appeared in the distance and landed in front of Wang Lin. They turned into Zhou Ru and Xiao Bai. When Zhou Ru saw Wang Lin, she became even more excited. "Uncle, it's really you." Zhou Ru's eyes reddened, and there were tears in them. Seeing Zhou Ru, Wang Lin smiled and nodded. "Uncle is here to pick you up." Zhou Ru had already grown up, so she could naturally tell that something was amiss. She knew that now was not the time to speak, so she immediately walked over to Wang Lin's side. Looking at Wang Lin, especially his white hair, her heart ached. Wang Lin looked at Mu Bingmei. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "I want to take Zhou Ru away." Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip and softly said, "All of you retreat." When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they immediately retreated and disappeared without a trace. The purple-robed man gave Wang Lin a profound look and also left. Soon, aside from Wang Lin, Zhou Ru, and Mu Bingmei, there were no other cultivators. Mu Bingmei's gaze avoided Wang Lin and softly said to Zhou Ru, after you leave, don't waste your cultivation. Don't forget to cultivate every day, understand?" Zhou Ru looked at Wang Lin and then at Mu Bingmei. Over the years, she could feel that her teacher had been very good to her, especially back then. If it wasn't for her teacher saving her, she wouldn't have the chance to see her uncle. Thinking about leaving, Zhou Ru's mood became a bit low. She nodded and softly said, "Teacher, Ru Air will remember everything. I won't waste my cultivation, and I can come back at any time in the future." Mu Bingmei revealed a bitter expression. Zhou Ru didn't understand that once she left, she wouldn't have a chance to come back because Wang Lin wouldn't agree. "You and I are teacher and disciple. Now that you're leaving, teacher will give you something." As Mu Bingmei spoke, she took a jade hairpin from her bun. She looked at it as if it was a treasure and waved it at Zhou Ru. "Teacher, this." Zhou Ru was startled and subconsciously took it. She vaguely remembered her teacher, saying that this hairpin was a very powerful treasure that was passed down by her teacher's ancestor. "Come here, let teacher put it on for you." Mu Bingmei's eyes were filled with love. After all these years of contact, she had slowly developed feelings for this disciple. Zhou Ru obediently came to Mu Bingmei's side. Wang Lin wanted to stop her, but after hesitating for a bit, he didn't say anything. Mu Bingmei tied up Zhou Ru's hair and personally placed the hairpin on Zhou Ru's head. She gently rubbed Zhou Ru's head, and her expression was no longer cold. She softly said, "In the future, you will always be my disciple, my only disciple. The brilliant Void Realm will be your second home. You can go." "Teacher." Tears flowed down from Zhou Ru's eyes. She had a vague feeling that her teacher and uncle knew each other, but they weren't friends but enemies. If she left now, she might never have a chance to see her teacher again. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a complicated expression. With his experience, he could see that the master-disciple relationship between Mu Bingmei and Zhou Ru wasn't fake, but he didn't dare to easily believe it. Thinking about Lu Mei's ruthless Tao, Wang Lin said Zhou Ru. Zhou Ru looked at Mu Bingmei before taking a few steps back and kneeling on the ground. She kowtowed 3 times and cried, "Teacher, disciple is leaving. Let's go." Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip. At this moment, her heart was aching. It was as if she had lost something and felt empty. She took a few steps back, squeezed out a smile, and nodded. Wang Lin took the reluctant Zhou Ru into the transfer array and was about to leave. Just at this moment, Mu Bingmei summoned all her courage. She looked at Wang Lin's back and softly said, "Wang Lin, I'm sorry." Wang Lin's body trembled. He stood inside the transfer array and didn't open it for a long time. Mu Bingmei's body trembled, and 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes as she murmured, "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Over the years, the pain in her heart had almost caused her to collapse. Every night she woke up from her cultivation, she would feel an indescribable sense of complexity and confusion. "Lu Mei is already dead. You're not her, so there's no need to say sorry." Wang Lin didn't turn around. He held his chest and felt pain in his heart. The scene of him seeing Wang Ping for the first time kept appearing in his mind. That resentful spirit stared at his father with eyes filled with resentment. It was a nightmare that Wang Lin could never forget. Lu Mei wanted to leave her figure in Wang Lin's Tao heart. She had done it, and she had done it until today. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Mu Bingmei's face was pale, and she let her tears flow down her beautiful face. When they fell to the ground, it was as if she was collapsing. Wang Lin silently opened the transfer array. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the light from the transfer array shined. Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to make a decision. He stopped the transfer array and softly said, "Do you really want to see him? Do you really want to see him? I'm exhausted." The 4th chapter is only 2,000 words. I'm sorry. Chapter 1124. Wang Lin left. He took away Zhou Ru and the complicated feelings between him and Lu Mei. He buried the memories of the past deep in his heart and never wanted to touch them again. In the end, Mu Bingmei didn't look at Wang Ping. Wang Lin didn't want to guess what she was thinking, and he wouldn't guess. He turned around and left. It was as if there was a curtain separating them into 2 different worlds. As the formation opened, the distance between them became farther and farther. It was so far that even a dream couldn't reach it. If the furthest distance in this world wasn't life and death, but forgetting, then right now, the furthest distance between Wang Lin and Mu Bingmei had become shorter. What was even further was unforgettable. She wanted to forget, but she couldn't forget. She wanted to search, but there was no way. The only thing that remained was the blooming and falling of flowers. The eternity of night and day silently flowed and alternated. Mu Bingmei quietly watched the formation open. The light was blinding as the figure gradually disappeared, and her tears flowed down once more. She wanted to see Wang Ping. She wanted to touch her child's body. She wanted to hold him in her arms. However, she couldn't. More than that, she didn't dare to. Her Tao heart had a flaw because of Lu Mei, so she should have cut it off and gotten rid of this flaw. Although her Tao heart wouldn't be perfect, there would be no more flaws. However, once she saw Wang Ping, Mu Bingmei didn't know what would happen to her. Would her Tao heart be perfect, or would it collapse? She didn't know. If her life belonged to herself, perhaps she wouldn't hesitate to continue down this path, whether it was right or wrong. However, as the brilliant Void Saintess, many times her life didn't belong to herself. Let all of this end like this. Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip and slowly walked into the distance. Her back seemed even more lonely than Wang Lin's. The sky was blue, and Mu Bingmei's heart also seemed to become blue. This color was very strong, as if it was very far away. The stars were black, and the bright nebulae in the distance seemed to be unable to extend the starlight to cover Wang Lin's pained heart. He could only allow the pain to spread and drown his body. Maybe it won't hurt anymore after a while. After sending Zhou Ru off to the new rain world, under her reluctant gaze, Wang Lin rubbed her head and a kind smile appeared on his face. It was as if he had returned to the past when he brought up a little girl and raised her slowly. Gradually, he felt like he was a father to her. Whenever he saw Zhou Ru, Wang Lin would think of Wang Ping and Lim Yuan. Stay here and be obedient. Don't waste your cultivation. You have already grown up. Wang Lin looked at the slender and elegant girl in front of him, and the kindness in his eyes deepened. Uncle. It was as if Zhou Ru was made of water. Her tears flowed down uncontrollably. Just like when she was young, she clutched the corner of Wang Lin's clothes tightly. It was as if she was afraid that if she let go, Wang Lin would never come back. Uncle doesn't know if bringing you here was right or wrong. However, Uncle won't be at ease if you're with Mu Bingmei and will be worried. After gradually covering up the pain in his heart, Wang Lin gently looked at Zhou Ru. This child had accompanied him for many years. If Uncle never comes back, little Ru'er, you can go find your teacher. Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he opened them, he turned around and pulled the corner of his clothes from Zhou Ru's hand. He turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the distance. Uncle! Zhou Ru's tears soaked her clothes. Huan, who was standing behind her, let out a sigh. She held Zhou Ru's hand and softly said, "Your uncle will come back." In the eastern region of the Alliance star system, after the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor returned, the four divine sect underwent a powerful integration. The four divine sects became one and were no longer separated. From now on, there would no longer be four divine emperors, only one named the Divine Sovereign. There was a lot of disagreement in the four divine sect regarding the integration of the Azure Dragon Divine sect. However, with the Azure Dragon Divine Sovereign's powerful cultivation, all the opposing voices disappeared. The holy treasures of the Black Tortoise Divine sect and the White Tiger Divine sect were no longer in the hands of these two sections. Instead, they were in the hands of the Azure Dragon Divine sect. The methods to use the holy treasures and the cultivation chants of the various divine sects were no longer secrets. When Wang Lin's figure appeared in the eastern region of the Alliance star system, the four divine sects had just finished integrating. The moment he appeared, he was immediately discovered by the people of the Azure Dragon Divine sect. Wang Lin calmly looked at a group of patrolling cultivators from the Azure Dragon Divine sect. His gaze swept past them, and they all lowered their heads. Wang Lin didn't speak, but slowly walked past them and gradually disappeared into the distance. It wasn't until he left that the patrolling cultivators looked at each other. One of them immediately took out a jade and notified the elder of his disappearance. He is no longer the Divine King. Why be polite to him? One of the patrolling cultivators muttered with dissatisfaction. As soon as Wang Lin returned to the eastern region of the Alliance star system, he felt that the atmosphere was very strange. Along the way, all the four divine sect cultivators that saw him had a strange expression, but no one stopped him. Not long after, a crimson star field appeared in front of him. This was where the Rosefinch divine sect was located. However, just as he was about to enter, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the space behind him. Several rays of light flew over and turned into 7 people in front of Wang Lin. 2 of them were Rosefinch, one was White Tiger, and the other 4 were Azure Dragons. All of them were elders, and their cultivations weren't weak. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He was familiar with these 7 people. They were all people who had participated in saving the Azure Dragon Divine King. Seeing Wang Lin, the 2 elders of the Rosefinch Divine Sect looked a bit ashamed and avoided his gaze. Wang Lin, the Azure Dragon Divine, Sovereign invites you. The one who spoke was an elder of the Azure Dragon Divine Sect. He looked at Wang Lin with an apologetic gaze. He didn't understand why the Divine King would do such a thing, but he didn't have the right to stop him. He could only agree. Are the people I left at the Rosefinch Divine Sect safe? Wang Lin slowly asked. He had a guess in his heart when he heard the old man's words. This person didn't call him Divine King, so the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor must have said something. However, the strange thing was how the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor addressed him. Combined with the strange things he had seen along the way, Wang Lin became cautious. They're all safe. The one who answered Wang Lin was an elder of the Rosefinch Divine Sect. Wang Lin looked at the elder and remembered that he was the one who had asked him what he would do after becoming the Divine Emperor. Wang Lin nodded and didn't say anything else. He turned and stepped into the burning starfield. The Azure Dragon Divine Sect elders frowned and stepped into the burning starfield. Wang Lin, the Azure Dragon Divine Sect, wants you to see him, shouted the Azure Dragon Divine Sect elder. His tone was heavy as he chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin ignored him. After he entered the burning starfield, his divine sense spread out and swept the starfield with the help of the flames. He also used spatial bending, and in a few flashes, his divine sense spread out to cover the entire starfield. However, he didn't find any trace of Big Head and the others. Wang Lin's expression suddenly became gloomy. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he looked at the 7 old men chasing him. Where are they? Wang Lin stared at the 7 of them and quickly calmed himself. He knew that anger wouldn't solve the problem. He had to remain calm. Wang Lin, as a member of the 4 Divine Sect, the Divine Emperor wants to see you. Do you need the old man to say it a 3rd time? The Azure Dragon Divine Sect elder's expression was dark. If it weren't for his fear of Wang Lin's previous status, he would have already attacked Wang Lin due to the old Divine Emperor Rosefinch's countless years of kindness. If it weren't for me, the Azure Dragon Divine Sect you speak of would still be sealed in the Rain World, Wang Lin said slowly. You? The Azure Dragon Divine Sect elder stared at Wang Lin, and his expression became even darker. If it weren't for the old Divine Emperor Rosefinch, even your Azure Dragon Divine Sect would have long since disappeared. If the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor wants to see me, then tell him to come himself. Wang Lin would never step out of this burning starfield. The flames here were monstrous, and if he used his cultivation, it would increase his power. The Azure Dragon Divine Sect elder was so angry that he let out a laugh, but the people beside him became silent. The old man admires the fact that the Divine Emperor Rosefinch died for the 4 Divine Sect. Just at this moment, an ancient voice echoed across the sky. This voice seemed to contain a spell, and the moment it landed, it caused the burning flames in the starfield to pause for a moment. The 7 elders immediately became serious and retreated. They clasped their hands and said in unison, "Greetings, Divine Emperor." Layers of green light swiftly appeared in the world. As they swiftly gathered together, the flames in the area seemed to have been stirred up by a pair of huge hands. They spread out in all directions to reveal an empty space. In this empty space, the azure light condensed to reveal the figure of the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. Compared to his previous sorry state in the Rain Celestial Realm, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor seemed to be a completely different person. His azure robe flickered, and his hands are behind his back as a shocking pressure spread out. You must be here to return the immemorial Saint artifact. Hand it over. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor extended his hand and calmly looked at Wang Lin. There was no emotion in his eyes, only coldness. My friend, where are you? Wang Lin took a few steps back and looked at the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. Under the pressure of the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, Wang Lin felt like his body was going to collapse, but he forced himself to endure it. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor smiled, but this smile was extremely cold. The old man didn't make things difficult for them. Outside the Four Divine Sect, there's a planet called Planet Stone. All the outsiders were sent there. I can give up my identity as the Rosefinch Divine Emperor. I can give you the sacred treasure, and I can leave this place and never come back. However, I want to take something with me. Wang Lin didn't plan on taking the sacred treasure. His right hand reached out and a white flaming stone flew out. Inside the stone was a drop of blood from the sacred treasure. Chapter 1125. Wang Lin calmly said, I'm going to take away the old Divine Emperor's body. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor pondered a bit. The coldness in his eyes seemed to lessen a bit, but he soon returned to normal. I think he would prefer to be buried in the Four Divine Sect. The old Divine Emperor spent his entire life working for the Four Divine Sect. After his death, he should be free. I'm going to take him away. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination. He waved his right hand, and the stone flew. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor caught the stone and carefully looked at it. He let out a sigh and no longer spoke. He turned around and left with the 7 elders. One of the 2 Rosefinch elders turned to look at Wang Lin. He wanted to say something, but just at this moment, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor looked back at him. The old man let out a sigh and no longer spoke. Wang Lin left with the stone statue of the old Divine Emperor. He left the Four Divine Sect and saw Big Head and company waiting outside. It was as if the Four Divine Sect would no longer have anything to do with him. However, the hesitation on Elder Rosefinch's face before he left still appeared in Wang Lin's mind. He vaguely felt that there were secrets he didn't know about. This was because aside from the holy treasures, the old Divine Emperor had also given him the cloaks of past Divine Emperors and the token formed by Rosefinch's Holy Spirit. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor didn't even mention these 2 things. If he said he had forgotten about them, Wang Lin didn't believe it. Similarly, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor didn't ask about the secret that only the Rosefinch Divine Emperor knew about. The secret that caused the war between the Cultivation Alliance and the Brilliant Void Realm. It wasn't until Wang Lin led everyone far away that the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor sat in the main hall of the Azure Dragon Divine Sect. The 4 holy treasures floated before him. However, his gaze was not on the 4 holy artifacts. Instead, he looked outside the hall. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh and withdrew his gaze. He muttered to himself, but no one else could hear him. After sending off Big Head and the others to the new rain world, Wang Lin no longer had any worries. He calmly floated in the starry sky. His eyes shone like the sun, and a majestic aura emerged from his body, causing Wang Lin's entire body to be surrounded by battle intent. To us, son, it's been more than 1,000 years. You and I will finally fight. Wang Lin's aura was unstoppable. He took a step forward in the starry sky and dashed towards Suzaku, who he was familiar with. There were not many cultivators around Suzaku. Most of them had already rushed into the planet and entered the land of the ancient gods. From the moment they entered, they cut off all contact with the outside world. No one knew whether or not the cultivators who entered were safe. The land of the ancient gods was originally a spatial rift, so everything that happened inside wouldn't cause any ripples on the outside. The space outside, Suzaku twisted and Wang Lin walked out. He looked at Suzaku and the cultivators sitting around it. Wang Lin pondered a bit before taking another step. When he reappeared, he was outside Suzaku on the moon. There were naturally cultivators here, but with Wang Lin's cultivation, no one noticed him. After finding a hidden mountain, Wang Lin went inside and opened up a space. His right hand formed a sword, and he drew a complicated formation on the ground. This was the Qinglin Celestial Formation he learned when he fused with Celestial Emperor Qinglin. It could hide all auras and wouldn't be discovered by others. After he finished carving the formation, Wang Lin took out celestial jades and placed them around the formation. Then he sat down inside the formation. His hands pointed to the spot between his eyebrows, and a sliver of his origin soul flew out. Condensed form. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and formed a few seals. The sliver of origin soul turned into a wisp of green smoke that circled his body a few times before condensing into a human shape. Condensed form. Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Some of the celestial spiritual energy in his body fused with the blood and landed on the origin soul. The origin soul immediately shined red, and some of the rocks on the ground trembled as if they were attracted by the origin soul. They flew into the origin soul. It was as if a vortex had appeared inside the origin soul, attracting countless pieces of gravel. The gravel slowly entered the origin soul until it seemed to solidify. Half an incense stick of time later, a Wang Lin that looked exactly the same as Wang Lin appeared before him. Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's condensed form celestial spell is indeed realistic. Wang Lin closed his eyes. With his cultivation level, he couldn't tell if this was real or fake. If it was just realistic, it wouldn't be a Qing Lin celestial spell. Not only was it difficult to tell the real from the fake, but it also contained a powerful spell. The cultivation level of this avatar was almost the same as the original body. The only difference was time. With Wang Lin's origin soul, it could only last for 10 days. After 10 days, the avatar would collapse. Even if it died early, it would only cause minor injuries to the original body and wouldn't affect it. At the same time, during these 10 days, his original body wouldn't be able to move and would be in a deep sleep. This was why he had to cooperate with the formation to hide his aura. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and a crack to his storage space appeared. There was a flash of silver light, and the female corpse in silver walked out. She didn't say anything and sat down with Wang Lin inside the formation. With the formation hiding and the female corpse protecting him, Wang Lin placed down a few powerful restrictions before relaxing. He closed his eyes as if he was in closed-door cultivation and stopped breathing. Even his heartbeat gradually disappeared. He was like a dead person. At the same time, the moment Wang Lin's breathing and heartbeat stopped, the stone avatar before him slowly opened its eyes. After moving his body a bit, Wang Lin looked at himself and the female corpse in silver inside the formation. His body flickered and he left the mountain. He used spatial bending to merge with the world and went through all the cultivators outside of Shizuku. Then he appeared inside Shizuku. When Wang Lin merged with the world and passed by the cultivators outside Shizuku, four of them opened their eyes. They seemed to notice something, but they didn't interfere. After all, during these past few days, there were many old monsters coming from all directions. Among the cultivators that entered the land of the ancient god, very few were more familiar with Shizuku than Wang Lin. After his figure appeared, he didn't stop and directly flew into the Sea of Devils. Along the way, he didn't teleport to the land of the ancient god. Instead, he slowly adapted to his body. After he was completely familiar with it, he sped up. Along the way, he passed by the fighting evil sect and saw the dragon formation. Wang Lin's figure paused for a bit. He vaguely saw a woman recording the formation on each scale of the dragon in order to create a defensive jade. He quietly looked at the dragon from 1,000 years ago. Even though most of it was damaged, it still looked like a dragon. There was no longer a sect here. It was just desolate. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin disappeared without a trace. After passing through more than half of the Sea of Devils, he entered the land of the ancient god. This place was completely quiet and there were no cultivators around. It was clear that everyone had entered the land of the ancient god. Without hesitation, Wang Lin stepped into the entrance of the land of the ancient god. In an instant, he appeared in the dark void. As soon as he entered, a thick stench of blood wafted out. There were countless rocks floating quietly in the air, and they were the color of blood, as if they had been dyed red by blood. There were corpses floating in the void. There were cultivators and fierce beasts. There were blue spiders that were thousands of feet long, giant pythons that were thousands of feet long, and many unknown beasts of all shapes and sizes. There were creatures that looked like dragons but had a pair of wings, and there were groups of flying insect corpses that were only the size of an arm. There were also waves of origin energy that echoed in the void. It was clear that a heaven-shaking battle had taken place here. Most of the bodies of the fierce beasts were burnt by fire. Some had turned into ice crystals, and some were oozing pus. It was clear that they were poisoned. The further he flew, the more corpses he saw. The smell of blood became even stronger, and the way they died became more varied. One of the giant pythons was pierced by tens of thousands of swords and fell on a piece of rock. However, its eyes were still filled with ferocity. In the end, it was almost impossible to see a complete corpse, only broken limbs. Even Wang Lin, who was used to seeing life and death, felt his pupils shrink. However, he didn't stop and continued to fly toward another entrance in the void. As he flew, a cold aura surrounded him. Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped, and he slowly turned to his right. He saw that there was a giant cone-shaped stone 10,000 feet away. There were many broken corpses on the stone. There were cultivators and fierce beasts. There was a black light around the edge of the stone. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to see the black light at all. There was a burly man squatting inside the black light. However, this burly man was naked and covered in black hair. He looked like a savage, but if one looked at his head, no cultivator would think this burly man was a human. More than 10 appendages could be seen growing out of his neck, each of which had a head attached to it. At the moment, those heads were hanging down and chewing on the ground. Crunch, crunch. In this quiet void, this sound was very soft and easy to ignore. However, when Wang Lin's gaze fell on the strange person on the stone, the sound became louder. Wang Lin gradually saw the source of the sound. The many heads of the burly man were fighting to eat the body of a fierce beast. Even the bones were being chewed and devoured. The moment Wang Lin saw the burly man also noticed Wang Lin. The more than 10 heads slowly raised their heads and looked at Wang Lin. Every head's mouth was filled with blood, and a few were still chewing. The last 3 days, please get monthly votes. Chapter 1126. At this moment, Wang Lin felt a chill run through his body. This chill was bone-chilling and contained a strong sense of danger. Years of life and death experiences had given Wang Lin extraordinary calmness. At this moment, he didn't subconsciously retreat or escape. Instead, he quietly stood there, motionless, as if he was rooted to the ground. His pupils had already shrunk to become a black dot as he stared at the ferocious beast that looked like a muscular man. Ji Qiong. Ancient God Tu Si's memories flowed through Wang Lin's mind and stopped at the beast before him. The moment he recognized this beast, cold sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. As his cultivation level increased, his understanding of the laws of the world increased, and he came into contact with more things. Wang Lin understood that cultivators weren't the strongest race. Aside from cultivators, there were also fierce beasts that couldn't be dealt with. There were even some fierce beasts that were so powerful that even 8-star ancient God Tu Si didn't want to provoke. For example, the mosquito herd from the past or the other scene in Wang Lin's memories. It was a dark space, and even the bright nebulas were blurry, as if they couldn't illuminate this space. In the distance, there was a purple planet. A figure that was hundreds of feet in size slowly flew out from the purple planet. Although this figure was not large, the 36 branches that extended from its head turned into 36 huge heads. At a glance, each of the heads was actually 10,000 feet long. As a result, the body of this strange beast was almost negligible. It flew out from the purple planet and let out a roar. This was the roar of the 36 heads at the same time, and it shook the heavens and the earth. Even the starry sky began to collapse under the roar. Pieces of the starry sky were split apart, forming an unimaginably spectacular scene. The target of this fierce beast's roar wasn't space itself, but a giant ancient god not far away. There weren't many space beasts that dared to roar before an ancient god, and those that dared to take the initiative to attack were even rarer. The 36 Ji Qiangs charged at the ancient god while roaring. The scene suddenly disappeared. Wang Lin looked at the Ji Qiang and gently took a step back. One of the Ji Qiang's heads hesitated. It looked at Wang Lin and then at the beast corpse on the rock, as if it was weighing its choice. Wang Lin slowly took another step back, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. From Tu Si's memories, it wasn't difficult to see how powerful this Ji Qiong was. Wang Lin believed that with his current cultivation level, it would be very difficult to kill or subdue this fierce beast, so he could only force it to retreat. However, he had to be careful when retreating. He had to be as gentle as possible. If his speed was too fast, he would immediately attract the pursuit of this vicious beast. If this beast could become the beast of my original body's ancient god, it would definitely increase my original body's combat power. Unfortunately, as Wang Lin slowly retreated, the 18 heads of the Ji Qiong lowered their heads and continued to eat the beast corpse in front of them, creating crunching sounds. This sound echoed in this quiet void, and it was especially ear-piercing. However, there was still one head that didn't lower its head to devour the beast corpse. Instead, it coldly stared at Wang Lin. As Wang Lin retreated, it slowly moved like a snake's head that licked its lips. This head belonged to a middle-aged man. His hair was a mess, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Wang Lin while chewing the meat in his mouth. When Wang Lin retreated 10 steps, the remaining 17 heads of the Ji Qiong lowered their heads. However, the eyes of the last head that looked like a middle-aged man shined, and he spat out a large piece of meat. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to take a step back. He turned into a ray of light and quickly retreated. The moment he retreated, the head that looked like a middle-aged man let out a sharp hiss. This hiss had the power to pierce through metal and stone. As it echoed in this quiet void, it caused some of the floating rocks to collapse. At the same time, the other 17 heads also raised their heads and stared at Wang Lin. They turned into rays of black light and chased after Wang Lin at an unimaginable speed. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. This beast could not be understood by cultivators. He originally didn't want to be entangled with it, but the hiss behind him was getting closer and closer. He couldn't use spatial bending in the land of the ancient god, but he could teleport. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he disappeared without a trace. However, just as he teleported and disappeared, the Ji Qiong that was chasing Wang Lin also disappeared. The moment Wang Lin stepped out of the void, his expression changed, and he dodged to the side without hesitation. There was a bang, and a ray of sword energy 100 feet wide almost brushed past Wang Lin's body. A gust of wind blew by his face, and Wang Lin immediately retreated. When he looked up, he saw that the Ji Qiong had also teleported. That ray of sword energy had come from one of the heads. The eyes of the 18 heads were filled with bloodlust and greed. They stared at Wang Lin as if they wanted to devour him and taste the flesh and blood of a living person. Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy. Without a word, he turned around and teleported again. The Ji Qiong let out a roar and quickly chased. One person and one beast continued to shuttle through the void. The Ji Qiong was very fast, and without teleportation, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to catch up. However, Wang Lin was cautious and would teleport the moment he appeared. As a result, he was able to maintain some distance. The Ji Qiong's roar became more and more angry. One of the heads that looked like an old woman bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, the blood squirmed and turned into 2 blood-colored runes. One flew into the sky, and the other descended to the ground. In an instant, the entire world was surrounded by a blood-colored light that sealed the sky and locked the earth. In this sealed world, any teleportation would be like running into an iron plate. Wang Lin originally wanted to teleport, but his expression became even more gloomy. He gave up on teleporting and reached out with his right hand. A crack to his storage space appeared before him, and the moment the Ji Qiong caught up, Wang Lin took out a yellow talisman. He placed it on his chest without hesitation, and a gust of wind swept up Wang Lin's body as he charged forward. His speed increased explosively, causing him to turn to a ray of black light and disappear. The Ji Qiong's 18 heads were startled, but they immediately began to roar. A charming girl's head revealed a ferocious expression and let out a sharp cry. A black wind suddenly surrounded the Ji Qiong, and it swept up the Ji Qiong. It moved faster and faster, and in the end, it turned into a blur as it chased after Wang Lin. At the same time, four of the heads started chanting incantations. In an instant, countless black seals appeared around the storm, densely surrounding it. At the same time, they gathered towards the storm and imprinted themselves on it. As a result, the speed of the storm increased countless fold, and the distance that Wang Lin had opened up was instantly closed. At this moment, Wang Lin was already very close to the entrance to the next trial with the help of the runes. He could even vaguely see a huge vortex before him. Wang Lin understood that once he entered the vortex, he could leave the void and avoid the terrifying pursuit of the Jiqiang. However, he did not have the time. The howling behind him was still very far away, but the storm was less than 1,000 feet away. If this continued, before Wang Lin could enter the vortex, he would be caught by the Jiqiang. At this moment of crisis, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His left hand formed a seal, and he waved it behind him. A sea of fire immediately appeared and formed a barrier of fire behind him. As he charged out, he suddenly turned around and pointed forward. Thunder rumbled in the void. Endless thunder spread out from Wang Lin's finger and formed a net that fell on the flames. Just at this moment, the black storm around the Jiqiang collided with the sea of fire. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the sea of fire collapsed into countless sparks. The black wind also paused for a moment under the impact of the flames, but at this moment, the 18-headed Jiqiang rushed out and charged at Wang Lin with a fishy smell. The 18 heads of different ages revealed ferocious expressions. In particular, the middle-aged man's head that wanted to devour Wang Lin was filled with excitement. It was as if he was looking forward to eating the flesh and blood of a living person. However, Wang Lin was already prepared. The net of lightning instantly surrounded the Jiqiang. As the lightning crackled, the Jiqiang continued to roar, but it slowed down a bit. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His two thunder and fire spells were powerful, but they couldn't injure the Jiqiang. They could only hinder the Jiqiang for a bit. Even if he could stall the Jiqiang for a bit, he wasn't confident he could retreat into the vortex and escape the Jiqiang. However, Wang Lin was unwilling to leave just like this. You have to pay the price for chasing after Wang. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His hands formed a seal, and his origin energy circulated. A chill gradually rose from his origin soul. A strand of slaughter energy suddenly erupted from his body and turned into a net of slaughter energy. He let out a roar and pointed forward. In an instant, this slaughter energy gathered like crazy and turned into a ray of dark red light. As thunder rumbled, it charged at Jiqiang like crazy. All of this happened in a flash. The moment the dark red strand of slaughter energy rushed out, the Jiqiang trembled and the net of lightning around it collapsed. The moment the lightning net collapsed, the killing aura whistled through the air. It was so fast that it was like a shooting star streaking across the sky. It was reflected in the 18 pairs of eyes on the 18 heads. Chapter 11:27. After successfully cutting off a head, even Wang Lin was startled. If he wasn't forced into a corner, he wouldn't have taken the risk to attack. After all, in his memory, the Jiqiang was an ancient fierce beast that dared to fight against an ancient god. His original intention was to injure the Jiqiang and give the second wave of flying sword a chance to attack. However, he didn't expect his sword to cut off the head. He didn't have much time to think. He could only grab the head of the middle-aged man that gave him a strange feeling and teleport 10,000 feet away. However, at that moment, the hideous head exploded with a bang and turned into a ball of flames. Within the flames was a cyan fragment. That fragment was like a broken piece of porcelain, but it was filled with the might of the heavens and earth. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, but he didn't stop. He grabbed the fragment and charged forward. At this moment, the Jiqiang's branch that had lost its head suddenly shrank. It turned into a green mist and dissipated a moment later. The remaining 17 heads all raised their heads. Even the burly man's body began to tremble violently. A roar that shook the heavens and earth instantly rose into the air. That roar drowned out the thunder, and turned into a sonic boom. As it spread out, the world and the Golden Gate seemed to have been turned upside down. The countless flying swords charging at them from all directions in the distance also shuddered. The Ji-Cheong let out a roar and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on the escaping Wang Lin. The 17 heads immediately began to chant and charged forward to devour him. Immediately, the wind blew and clouds scattered. Endless green mist appeared out of nowhere. A huge green head appeared before the Ji-Cheong. This head had a human face, but it was covered in scales. Its eyes were cold and emotionless, and from a distance, it was no less than 10,000 feet tall. What was strange was that there was a palm print between the eyebrows of the head. This palm print was like a seal and gave off endless purple gas. As it roared, the strange head opened its mouth to devour Wang Lin. The moment the gigantic head appeared, countless strands of purple qi appeared out of nowhere in the sky. These strands of purple qi gathered together and formed a palm that slowly descended. It didn't descend on the giant head, but on the Ji-Cheong. The 17 heads of the Ji-Cheong revealed unwillingness and continued to roar as if it was resisting the descent of the palm print. It wanted to make the giant head appear. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He had felt that something was wrong. Although the Ji-Cheong was strong, it wasn't as strong as the one in 2C's memories. There were 36 Ji-Cheong in 2C's memories, but now there were 18 of them. A hint of suspicion appeared in his heart, but he didn't expect the Ji-Cheong to display a spell that made his scalp go numb. The moment the giant head appeared, Wang Lin's cultivation stopped circulating and showed signs of freezing. As it devoured, a powerful suction force appeared around Wang Lin. This suction force was not something he could resist. Adding on the fact that his cultivation seemed to have frozen, Wang Lin couldn't escape. His body was immediately pulled toward the mouth of the giant head. It was as if the divine ability being unleashed by the head could consume the heavens and the earth. The second wave of flying swords trembled as they were sucked toward it. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, what shocked Wang Lin even more was that the world seemed to tremble as if it was going to be devoured. It seemed to be torn apart and condensed. There is a spirit in ancient times called Ji. Every time it devours the world, it can grow a head. At this moment, this sentence appeared in Wang Lin's mind. His face was pale, and his body moved like a meteor. He was getting closer and closer to the mouth. In this moment of danger, Wang Lin struggled to raise his right hand and point to the spot between his eyebrows. Popping sounds came from his right arm, and it instantly turned into rock. However, in the end, it touched the spot between his eyebrows. With this, Wang Lin's entire right arm exploded and turned into countless pieces of rock that were sucked into the giant mouth. However, at this moment, with the power of his right arm exploding, the circulation of his cultivation loosened a bit. In an instant, Wang Lin's left hand reached out and a crack to his storage space appeared. He threw the sword in his left hand and the pieces of porcelain into the crack. At the same time, a piece of beast skin flew out and landed next to the yellow talisman on Wang Lin's chest. The yellow talisman was a speed talisman, and the beast skin was also a speed talisman. They were personally refined by Ta Shan, who had inherited the inheritance from the tattoo sacred ancestor, and they were extremely powerful. With 2 speed talismans on Wang Lin's body, an unimaginable feeling of speed erupted from his body. Borrowing this powerful speed, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and charged forward. He struggled against the suction force. As he charged out, Wang Lin felt like he was crashing into a mountain. With a series of popping sounds, he charged out 100 feet. Right at this moment, his left leg instantly turned into rock. With a bang, it shattered into pieces and was sucked away from his side. The Ji-Cheong continued to roar, and its 17 heads were ferocious. The veins on its face bulged as it resisted the palm print that was getting closer and closer. The giant mouth gave off even more green light, and the suction force increased. Wang Lin was charging out of the suction force when his right leg collapsed. Under the increasing suction force, he could no longer escape and was sucked back. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the mouth, Wang Lin smiled bitterly. He only had time to lift his stiff left hand that was about to turn into rock. Without any hesitation, he tore off the rune and bee skin on his chest and used the last bit of his cultivation to send them into his storage space. After he did that, his vision darkened. He was swallowed into the mouth of the head along with the countless flying swords. The head turned into a ray of green light that covered the sky and entered the Ji Qiong's body. At this moment, the palm print slowly stopped 10 feet above the Ji Qiong. The 17 heads of the Ji Qiong raised their heads and revealed expressions of dread, but they still continued to roar. Just at this moment, the purple light from the palm print shined brightly and shrouded the Ji Qiong. The Ji Qiong's body seemed to become transparent, and its insides could be clearly seen. If Wang Lin hadn't been swallowed, he would have clearly seen that 9 of the 17 heads of the Ji Qiong had porcelain fragments inside them. The purple light slowly disappeared, but so did the palm print, as if it had never appeared. The vigilance in the eyes of the 17 heads of the Ji Qiong gradually disappeared. At this moment, a mass of flesh appeared on its neck and continued to squirm. In the end, with a pop, a branch 1,000 feet long rushed out, and at the top of the branch was a head. It looked like Wang Lin. At this moment, on a very ordinary mountain on the moon outside Suzaku, Wang Lin, who was sitting inside a celestial energy formation, trembled and suddenly opened his eyes. They were filled with horror. Ji Qiong. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He didn't expect the avatar he had sent to see Tuo Sen's might would die in the mouth of the Ji Qiong before he could even see Tuo Sr. Although the spell this beast displayed was very powerful, I could deal with it and even cut off one of its heads. However, now that I think about it, all of this was because the beast didn't use its true spell. It must have had some misgivings. Wang Lin thought back to the palm print between the eyebrows of the head and the purple palm print that appeared after the Ji Qiong used its devouring spell. Could it be that this thing is sealed? If I use its true divine ability, I'll trigger the power of the seal. The head that it transformed into in the end is simply too terrifying. My speed with 2 speed talismans can compare to a late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, but I couldn't even fight back against that suction force. Wang Lin silently looked ahead and began to ponder. After a long time, he let out a sigh and bitterly smiled. Wang Lin, your current cultivation level is nothing in this world. You still need to be cautious. Wang Lin revealed a bitter expression. In the demon spirit land, he battled Master Void. Sundered Night battled the All-Seer. Dream of Ancient Times battled the Ancient Devil. Then he became the Rosefinch Divine Emperor, saved the Azure Dragon, and awakened Celestial Emperor Qinglin. Along the way, Wang Lin's cultivation level had increased greatly, especially after he became the Rosefinch Divine Emperor and lured all the forces to fight against Tuo Senator. All of this made him feel like he was in control of everything. Due to the battle against a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, he unknowingly felt a trace of complacency. If he had been as cautious as he was in the past when he saw the Ji Qiong, he wouldn't have tried to injure the Ji Qiong and ended up being devoured. The death of the Avatar was like a hammer that mercilessly smashed into Wang Lin's head. The trace of complacency in his heart was shattered until it no longer existed. The feeling of death just now was very real, and it allowed Wang Lin to taste death for the second time in his life. Wang Lin pondered for a long time with a bitter expression. When he raised his head, his expression was serious and he became cautious. His hands formed a seal, and he pointed to between his eyebrows. Another origin soul appeared. Just like before, another avatar was formed from the surrounding rubble. His origin soul entered the avatar, and it disappeared into the mountain. This Qing Lin's celestial spell requires too much celestial spiritual energy, and if I create too many avatars, it will affect my origin soul greatly. This second avatar is already the limit. Wang Lin closed his eyes and began to cultivate. His mind was focused on the avatar. Using spatial bending, Wang Lin arrived on top of Suzaku once more. He didn't stop and went directly to the land of the ancient god. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. With the caution he had when he reached the core formation stage, Wang Lin moved through the void and soon arrived at the entrance of the vortex. His right hand reached at the void, and a flying sword appeared. He gathered his divine sense on it and controlled the flying sword to enter the vortex. The moment he entered, he felt a sandstorm. Chapter 1129. Earth Trial. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he charged into the vortex without hesitation. When he reappeared, he was surrounded by a storm of dust. This familiar scene made him feel relieved. Wang Lin dreaded the Ji Qiong a lot. If he encountered it again, he would have to give up on his avatar and search for the Tuo Sen's power. His original body would immediately escape. Although Wang Lin was familiar with the Earth Trial, he was still very cautious. He avoided all the dangerous places he had sensed before. It took him one day to find the entrance to the next layer and enter. Along the way, Wang Lin adhered to the principle of caution. He passed many old places and slowly moved toward the depths of the ancient godland. Along the way, he encountered a lot of cultivators. On the fifth day, Wang Lin stepped into the last layer of the land of the ancient god. It was another void. Just as he entered the void, Wang Lin immediately felt the fluctuations of spells echoing around him. There were also the sounds of magic treasures colliding and collapsing. He didn't hesitate to quickly retreat. There was a large amount of cultivators in this void. Not far from Wang Lin, there were dozens of cultivators fighting a red-robed old man. The red-robed old man had an ancient expression. He didn't even need to make any seals. With a wave of his hand, spells would appear. The spells he used were all unprecedented, and they contained the aura of time. Looking at this old man, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed into slits. He vaguely remembered that this was an ancient cultivator from the Tuo Sen's Blood Sea. His cultivation level was similar to a late-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator. The cultivators fighting the old man all had a coffin next to them. The coffins were already open and surrounded by corpse puppets. They were the main force attacking the old man. Although the old man was only one person, the battle between the two sides was extremely intense. There were more than a dozen corpses floating around them. Next to them stood 7 or 8 cultivators. These cultivators were all from the corpse sect, and they were led by a black-robed young man. The black-robed young man stared at the red-robed old man and pointed with his right hand. The corpse sect disciples surrounding the red-robed old man would change their formation. Wang Lin's appearance immediately caught the attention of both sides. The red-robed old man immediately saw Wang Lin, and his eyes shined red. The Serene people also saw Wang Lin, but they obviously didn't know Wang Lin's previous identity. The young man in black coldly looked at Wang Lin and waved his right hand. 2 Serene disciples immediately charged at Wang Lin. One of the 2 Serene disciples clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator, this ancient cultivator was fought by my Serene first. Please go somewhere else." Although his words were polite, his gaze was hostile. The people around him were the same, and their gazes were cold. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he nodded. He turned into a ray of light and flew to the side. The Serene people saw Wang Lin leave, but they didn't care. The young man in black didn't even look at Wang Lin. He only stared at the red-robed old man with greed in his eyes. This ancient cultivator's fleshly body and nascent soul are mine. As Wang Lin flew, he saw too many cultivators in the void. These cultivators were usually in groups of 3 to 5. There were very few who were alone. They turned into rays of light as if they were looking for something. Wang Lin also saw some of the ancient cultivators in the Tuo Sen Blood Sea. They were surrounded by many cultivators and were constantly fighting each other. Every time Wang Lin got close, someone would step forward to stop him. Just like what the Serene said, it seemed polite, but if Wang Lin took another step forward, it would definitely cause a conflict. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with mockery. Every time he encountered a situation like this, he would choose to leave. It seems the temptation of the ancient cultivators can really make some people greedy. If I want to obtain the cultivation methods and spells of the ancient cultivators, I have to pay a price. Although the ancient cultivators all had different cultivation levels, almost every single one of them had powerful spells. In a battle, They could often kill many cultivators by themselves. The ancient cultivators Wang Lin saw on the way here were all weak cultivators from the Blood Sea. Wang Lin walked for a long time, but he didn't see a single one of the truly powerful ancient cultivators. Master Flamespark and the serene cultivators. I wonder where they went. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, and he began searching. This void was simply too large, so it was impossible for his divine sense to cover it all. He could only continue to search. On the 8th day, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and looked ahead. He saw a blood light appear in the void before him, and there was a thunderous rumble. The blood light spread out like a wave, and after an unknown amount of time, it appeared in front of Wang Lin. The blood light ripple quickly closed in and penetrated Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled, and the origin energy in his body quickly cycled to neutralize the mysterious force inside the blood light. However, his body was also pushed back hundreds of feet before he stopped. When he looked back, the blood light ripple had already pushed him even further away. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and his body flickered. He teleported directly toward the source of the ripple. This blood light ripple contained the remnant power of a powerful spell. It was obviously caused by a battle. Those that could trigger such a powerful spell were naturally top cultivators. Master Flamespark's face was pale as he stared at an old man in red. This old man's hair and beard were all red, and his eyes were completely red. However, there was no hint of madness in his eyes, only coldness and calmness. Spell fluctuations spread out around the two of them, and they both retreated 1,000 feet. They looked at each other, but didn't say a word. The old man in red waved his sleeves, and a sea of blood appeared before him. The sea of blood formed a blood dragon that charged at Master Flamespark. The moment the blood dragon appeared, it split into 8 more heads, forming a 9-headed blood dragon. It let out a heaven-shaking roar and quickly closed in on Master Flamespark. This move again, Master Flamespark immediately retreated. His hands formed a seal, and he hit his forehead. A burning bead flew out from his forehead, and he pointed forward. The bead immediately flew out and turned into a monstrous sea of fire that shot toward the 9-headed dragon. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the old man in red stepped forward. He moved like a bolt of red lightning as he penetrated the blood dragon and sea of fire. He closed in on Master Flamespark and mercilessly slammed down with his right hand. Master Flamespark was already prepared. He pushed back once more and spat out something. It turned into a fragment and began to grow like crazy. It was a fragment of a celestial continent. With a bang, the red-robed old man's palm landed on the fragment, and his body was knocked back. He coldly stared at Master Flamespark, and his hand formed a seal. His face immediately revealed a painful expression, and countless blisters appeared on his skin. At a glance, he looked so ferocious that it would make one's heart turn cold. Master Flamespark and this ancient cultivator had been battling for a day, but they were still evenly matched. When he saw the blood blisters appear on the ancient cultivator's skin, his mind trembled and he became vigilant. His right hand reached at the void and a crack to his storage space appeared. He took out a fan. This fan was completely white and looked like it was made of jade. At the instant the fan appeared, the old man in red was covered in blood blisters. They burst one by one, and blood immediately spilled all over his body. He let out beast-like roars, and his body immediately swelled up. Blue veins popped up on his skin and circled around him. The old man no longer looked like a human. His body flickered, and he immediately charged at Master Flamespark. Master Flamespark's expression was serious as he retreated with the fan and was about to open it. However, at this moment, he suddenly stopped. His expression became respectful, and he put away the fan. Just as the red-clothed old man turned into a streak of bloody light and charged forward, an old arm silently extended from the void. The arm raised its index finger and gently pointed forward. This casual point was like the old man in red smashing into the finger. His forehead smashed into the old man's finger. The old man's body immediately stopped. The finger pierced through the old man's forehead like it was a piece of paper. With a bang, The red-robed old man's head exploded and turned into a mass of bloody light that spread out in all directions. Even his body trembled and collapsed. An old man in black walked out from the void. He looked around and revealed a hint of melancholy. I didn't expect him to really be hiding here. Master Flamespark's expression was respectful as he said, "Greetings, exalted one." The old man in black frowned and muttered to himself. Even such a big commotion couldn't make him appear. What exactly is he after, exalted one? When we were outside Cisco, that magic treasure, and those words. Master Flamespark originally didn't approve of coming here, but he didn't have the courage to refute the order of the person before him. At this moment, he vaguely felt that there was a terrifying existence hiding here. The old man silently pondered. After a long time, he let out a sigh and shook his head. "Master Wuji, what exactly do you want?" At this moment, in the blood sea of the land of the ancient god, Sin slowly stood up from his seated position on the huge conical stone. He raised his head to look at the blood-red sky, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "This time, I can't kill enough." While laughing like crazy, Sun took a step in his right hand toward the sky. A rift suddenly appeared in the blood-colored sky. It was completely dark inside. This was the void where most of the cultivators were. There were hundreds of cultivators sitting in the endless blood sea below the blood-colored world. They all opened their eyes and flew into the sky like crazy, urgently seeking recommendation votes, about to fall off the ranking. Before the end of the month, the second trial of the land of the ancient god will end. The battle will begin tomorrow, and the secret will be revealed. Chapter 1130. As Tuo Sen's words echoed in the sky, the endless sea of blood on the ground let out roars of anger. The sea of blood moved up and down like a rising tide. Tuo Sen's red hair fluttered in the wind. With a sinister smile on his face, he once again tore at the sky with his right hand. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. The crack in the blood-red sky once again grew several times larger. At a glance, it seemed to have pierced through the entire sky. This scene was like a piece of cloth being torn from the middle and divided into two halves. At this moment, the figures of the cultivators in the sea of blood charged into the sky like rainbows. Under Tuo Sen's command, they passed by him and stepped into the void. Tuo Sen's right hand reached behind him, and the sea of blood roared. It was as if there was an unimaginable force shrouding the sea of blood. With a thunderous rumble, the endless sea of blood was lifted from the ground and charged toward the crack in the sky. As the sea of blood closed in, it squirmed and turned into a blood dragon that was 100,000 feet long. This dragon was large enough to cover the sky and cover the moon. Together with the ancient Chi warriors, they charged into the rift, howling. At the same time, as a large number of ancient Chi practitioners charged into the void, a storm of blood instantly unfolded. All of this was because the moment these ancient cultivators walked out of the crack, Tuo Sen's words echoed in their ears. "I want this land of the ancient god to be filled with the fragrance of blood." These ancient cultivators were not weak, but because of Tuo Sen's seal in their bodies, they couldn't use their full strength. After all, there were countless seals in Tuo Sen's body, and it often took several cultivators to move one seal. It was rare for someone to be able to withstand a single seal. However, over the past 1,000 years, as the power of the seal in the sea of blood weakened, Tuo Sen's speed of escaping became faster and faster. As a result, the seal on his body weakened even more. Even the seals on the cultivators that helped him scatter the seal weakened. As a result, the cultivation they released was far stronger than when Wang Lin first came here. The void was filled with red shadows. The ancient cultivators that walked out of the sea of blood were like dragons coming out of the sea. They were absolutely calm and bloodthirsty as they followed Tuo Sen's orders and began a slaughter in the void. Any cultivator they encountered, no matter where they came from, became prey for these ancient cultivators in red. If it was just them, perhaps they wouldn't be able to create a rain of blood in this void filled with cultivators. However, the blood dragon formed by the sea of blood had a heaven-shaking spell. Its appearance immediately caused the void to be filled with pressure. The blood dragon's body was 100,000 feet long. From afar, it looked majestic. If one got closer, it would cause their hearts to tremble. Before it, cultivators were like ants. The blood dragon roared as it moved through the void. Every time it moved, there would be a blood light that lit up the void. There was also a sonic boom. It didn't need to use any spells. With its unimaginable speed, it could cause the cultivators in front of it to explode and die. At this moment, a group of serene cultivators surrounded a red-robed cultivator. Just as they were fighting fiercely, a monstrous red light suddenly appeared in the distance. Before anyone could react, a gust of wind blew past, causing the cultivators to lose their balance and stagger backwards. At the same time, a gigantic red dragon head appeared out of thin air. No one could see how this dragon head had appeared, but its speed was simply too fast. As the pupils of the cultivators shrank, the gigantic dragon head charged at them. Banging sounds rang out, and the cultivators at the front didn't have time to dodge at all. Their bodies were hit by the dragon head in an instant. They felt like they had been hit by a cultivation planet. With a bang, all of their bodies collapsed into meat paste and then exploded into a mist of blood. Even their origin souls couldn't escape and were sucked into the blood dragon's body by a mysterious force. The remaining cultivators were about to retreat, but the blood-red light replaced everything in their eyes. The dragon head flashed past them, and at the same time, the huge dragon body appeared before their eyes. This was the last scene they would see in their lives. The dragon body swept by, and the bodies of all the cultivators collapsed. All of this sounds slow, but in reality, only 3 breaths of time had passed. It wasn't until the blood mist filled the area that the sound of the blood dragon's speed could be heard. It wasn't just the power of Serene. All the cultivators that encountered the blood dragon died, and their origin souls were absorbed by the blood dragon. The blood dragon swept through the void with unimaginable speed. By this point, it had killed more than 1,000 cultivators. Its body grew even larger, more than 30,000 meters long. From a distance, the pressure it radiated was shocking. It paused for a moment before charging toward the inner ring of the void. It was so fast that only the blood light could be seen, but the dragon's body couldn't be seen clearly. In the depths of the void, the 8 kings of Serene turned into 8 rays of light. Before them, for ancient cultivators were escaping, but they couldn't escape the pursuit of the 8 kings. The 8 kings of Serene looked different in age, but without exception, they all had cold expressions and pale faces, as if they were dead people. However, the cultivation that erupted from their bodies was heaven-shaking. Along the way, the 8 of them never split up. Whenever they ran into an ancient cultivator, they would seal them up and take them away. The 4 chi trainers who were fleeing in front of them hadn't even gotten very far when their bodies began to twitch strangely and their speed began to drop. In the end, one of the 8 kings of Serene waved his sleeve, and the 4 ancient cultivators were about to be taken away by him. However, it was at this moment that a blood-colored glow appeared off in the distance. The 8 cultivators' faces flickered, and they looked up. Considering the level of their cultivation bases, it was only natural that they saw an enormous, vicious blood dragon whistling through the air toward them. This blood dragon was too big. Even the 8 kings' pupils shrank when they saw it. One of the 8 kings, a purple-haired old man, shouted, "Set up the 4th Corps formation." Without any hesitation, the 8 of them sat down cross-legged on the ground, formed seals with their hands, and waved them forward. The 8 of them moved at the same time, and suddenly a chill appeared on their bodies. This chill rose madly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a layer of black ice. The growth of the black ice didn't stop. In the blink of an eye, it reached 1,000 feet tall and turned into a black ice giant. The moment the giant formed, the 8 people at its abdomen suddenly moved. One person stayed in the middle of the abdomen. One person went to the left arm. One person went to the right arm. 2 people went to the legs. One person went to the chest. and the last two people sat in the depths of the ice giant's head, becoming the giant's eyes. At this moment, the giant's eyes released a ghostly light as if it had awakened from a deep slumber. An indescribably powerful aura erupted from its body. At this moment, the blood dragon whistled through the air, causing a violent gust of wind to sweep through the area. The blood dragon slammed into the mystic ice giant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An earth-shattering sound instantly reverberated in all directions with this place as the center, shocking the entire void. At this moment, all the cultivators in the void felt the world tremble, and they all looked into the distance in shock. The blood dragon and the black ice giant collided. The ice giant let out an angry roar as it grabbed the dragon's mouth and retreated 10,000 feet. Banging sounds continued to reverberate as a large number of cracks appeared on the mysterious ice giant's body. This was especially the case for the two people seated within its arms. They spat out fresh blood, but their expressions became even more ferocious. The ice giant let out a roar and took a step back with its right leg. A large amount of ice exploded, but it didn't collapse. It forcibly stopped its retreat. As the 8 of them formed seals with their hands and roared in unison, a vast force rushed out from the mystic ice giant. It grabbed the 100,000 feet long blood dragon and threw it to the side. The blood dragon let out a roar and was thrown out, but it didn't stop. After it was thrown out, it swept its tail toward the ice giant. Thunderous rumbles echoed once more, and the ice giant was forced back once more. Even more cracks appeared on its body. The blood dragon waved its head. Despite being so close to the ice giant, it still burst forth with the same speed. It charged out and slammed into the mystic ice giant again. Earth-shattering bangs sounded out as the mystic ice giant was pushed back bit by bit. The 8 people inside looked even more gloomy. Just at this moment, the eyes of the old man in the abdomen lit up, and he shouted, "Place the third corpse formation." His voice echoed inside the ice giant and entered the ears of the other 7 people. Just at this moment, the blood dragon collided once more, and the ice giant was thrown far away like a kite with a broken string. The blood dragon's head was a blur. It was obvious that even it couldn't withstand the continuous collisions. However, the ferocious blood dragon's eyes were bloodshot as it smashed into the ice giant once more. It looked like it wouldn't stop until it destroyed the ice giant. The ice giant that was thrown out immediately wrapped its arms around its body as it retreated. It bent its knees and turned into a ball. The ice on its body quickly fused, and it only took a moment to complete the transformation from the 4th corpse formation to the 3rd corpse formation. What appeared before the blood dragon was no longer a giant, but a gigantic ball of ice. What was even more terrifying was that countless sharp icicles had suddenly appeared on the surface of the ball of ice, and they emitted a dark blue light. It was clear that they contained lethal poison. At this moment, Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he moved like a ray of light. Behind him were 3 ancient cultivators in red. Their faces were filled with killing intent, and their gazes were cold as they chased after him. Brothers and sisters, from this moment until dawn, I'll spend the rest of my days with everyone. I want to know what rank the Renegade Celestial will get this month. Chapter 1131. The moment the blood dragon charged out, the ball of ice no longer retreated. Instead, under the control of the 8 serene kings, it charged toward the blood dragon. The 2 sides got closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, they collided. A thunderous rumble echoed. The moment the ball of ice touched the blood dragon's head, it was shaken by the power of a cultivation planet and split into 8 pieces. However, the instant it exploded, a powerful shockwave shot out from the ice ball and landed directly on the head of the blood dragon that was charging over. Roar! The blood dragon let out an angry roar that was mixed with intense pain. Its large body trembled and immediately retreated. Its body was originally formed by a sea of blood and was crimson in color, but at this moment there was a ghostly light surrounding it. Wherever the ghostly light passed by, cracking sounds echoed. It was as if the blood dragon was about to be completely frozen. In the distance, the blood dragon sped away, its pained roars still echoing in the surroundings. The 8 pieces of ice that had exploded from the ball of ice melted one by one, revealing the 8 serene kings. However, the middle-aged man that walked out from the 7th piece of ice coughed out a large mouthful of blood. A crack appeared between his eyebrows and spread across his entire body as if he had been split in half. A moment later, his body collapsed and a strand of cold energy came out. It turned into a human and silently looked at the 7 people around him. This body can't withstand the power just now. Just as he finished speaking, one of the old men reached at the void. A crack to his storage space opened and a coffin with purple patterns flew out. The figure formed by the cold aura flashed and penetrated the coffin. A moment later, the lid of the coffin flew off with a bang, and a 7 or 8-year-old boy slowly sat up from the coffin. After the boy got up, he stretched his body and nodded at the 7 people around him. "Chase them," the old man who took out the coffin said resolutely. The 8 of them didn't hesitate to transform into rays of light that dashed towards the direction the blood dragon had fled to. As for Wang Lin, he had followed the blood ripples and charged toward the source of the ripples. However, when he got there, he found nothing. There were only the terrifying fluctuations of the world around him, as if they were proof that an intense battle had taken place here. Wang Lin didn't stay there for long and immediately changed directions. However, he hadn't gone far when he noticed a powerful tremor spreading from the void. This tremor was not familiar to others, but Wang Lin clearly remembered that when the Tuo's son walked out of the sea of blood, the void had trembled just like this. It didn't take long for the tremor to disappear, but there were now more than 100 powerful auras in the void. Wang Lin's scalp went numb as he moved at full speed. He was about to leave the source of the aura. However, just at this moment, 3 red shadows appeared in the distance. They immediately saw Wang Lin and chased after him. These 3 red shadows were all ancient cultivators. 2 of them were at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser, and the 3rd one was the strongest. He was at the peak of the late stage of Nirvana Cleanser, only 1 step from Nirvana Shatterer. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to reach out and grab the yellow talisman from his storage space. He placed it on his chest, and a whirlwind appeared around him. He turned into a blur as he charged forward. The distance between them was immediately widened. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He knew that the sea of blood had opened and a large amount of ancient cultivators had walked out. The cultivation levels of these ancient cultivators were like heaven and earth compared to the ones he had encountered in the past. This didn't make sense, but thinking about the existence of the Tuo's son, it wasn't something Wang Lin could think about. The Tuo's son should be coming out soon. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind as he moved. Shortly after, he spread out his divine sense and frowned. The 3 ancient cultivators had used some unknown method to increase their speed a lot. Although the distance between them and Wang Lin was getting farther and farther, they were still following closely. 2 at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser, and 1 at the peak of Nirvana Cleanser. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. If he continued to be chased by these 3 and encountered more ancient cultivators, he would be in danger. After spreading out his divine sense, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his body suddenly stopped. His hands formed a seal, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the illusion of an illusory volcano appeared around Wang Lin. As the seal in his hand fused with the celestial spiritual energy in his body, the illusory volcano became even more solid. In the end, almost became real, but with a wave of Wang Lin's sleeve, all the real volcanoes disappeared. This place is dangerous. Let's end this quickly. Wang Lin looked up and saw 3 rays of light closing in. The person in front was the old man in red that was equivalent to a peak Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. This old man was the fastest and quickly closed in. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he took a step back. He raised his right hand, pointed forward, and shouted, "Stop!" With one word, the law of the world descended. The peak nirvana cleanser old man in red immediately felt as if countless threads had appeared out of thin air and wrapped around his body. His body immediately stopped for a moment. Wang Lin was only at the early stage of nirvana cleanser, so using the stop spell immediately caused a backlash. However, he could suppress the backlash and immediately retreat. The peak nirvana cleanser old man stopped, but the two old men behind him moved very quickly. The two old men immediately charged out. When they were 1,000 feet from Wang Lin, there was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. His hand formed a seal, and he shouted, "Mountain!" After he spoke, two volcanoes suddenly appeared before the two old men. A powerful pressure spread out, and the expressions of the two old men changed. They wanted to change directions, but this place had already been set up by Wang Lin. No matter where they were, as long as they came within 1,000 feet of him, they would be hit by the mountain crumbles spell. Without giving the two old men any chance, Wang Lin immediately roared as he retreated, "Collapse!" Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the two volcanoes collapsed. Large amounts of magma fell down, forming a destructive force. The two volcanoes exploded along with the mountain crumbles, creating a shockwave that spread in all directions. The power of the mountain crumbles was enough for Wang Lin to have a great advantage against cultivators of the same level. At this moment, the two old men were in a sorry state. They coughed out blood and were about to retreat. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. As the two old men retreated, he turned into a ray of light and appeared behind one of them. His two fingers formed a sword, and he pointed between the eyebrows of the old man. The old man was already seriously injured by the mountain crumbles. At this moment, his body trembled and collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. However, before he died, he revealed a smile of relief. Seeing this smile, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he retreated. Just as he was about to finish off the other person, a powerful sense of danger appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin's pupil shrank, and he no longer thought about killing. Instead, he retreated at an unbelievable angle. Just as he left, a monstrous blood-colored light appeared in the distance. It was the blood dragon that had been seriously injured by the 8 kings of the corpse sect. A small part of its body had already turned into blue ice, making it look extremely shocking. However, its speed didn't slow down at all. It was even faster than before. As it closed in, it swept past Wang Lin. The violent wind caused Wang Lin's body to tremble as he retreated. Cracking sounds came from his body, and a crack appeared on his chest. The stone avatar had been injured. When he looked up, the blood dragon was already far away. Whether it was the peak nirvana cleanser old man that had been frozen by the stop spell, or the early stage nirvana cleanser cultivator that had been injured by the mountain crumbles, they had all disappeared before Wang Lin. A chill came from Wang Lin's body, and his eyes were filled with terror. However, thinking about the blue ice crystals that were spreading on the blood dragon, Wang Lin immediately teleported away. He used his full speed to get as far away from where he was. With his intelligence, he'd guessed with a single glance that the blood dragon was probably injured and was fleeing at this moment. So, it was obvious that there was definitely someone chasing after it. Wang Lin didn't want to encounter a cultivator that could chase the blood dragon when he wasn't prepared. Not long after he retreated, 8 rays of light flew by and chased after the blood dragon. One of the rays of light was an arrogant middle-aged man. He looked at Wang Lin and exclaimed, but he didn't stop. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the void with the other 7 rays of light. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached at the void. A crack to his storage space opened, and he took out the speed rune. He placed it on his chest and charged forward. His speed once again reached the pinnacle of his 1,000 years of cultivation as he charged forward. He vaguely had a feeling that Tuo-san was about to appear. The blood dragon continued to roar as it charged forward. Half of its body had turned into ice, and the blue light that was spreading made it extremely angry. At this moment, it used its fastest speed to arrive at the center of the void. After arriving here, the blood dragon coiled its body and began to speak in the ancient language. Moments later, an ancient aura surrounded the area, and the blood dragon suddenly opened its mouth and let out a heaven-shaking roar. As it roared, the power of time came from the blood dragon's mouth and instantly shrouded the entire void. It was writing the third chapter. Chapter 1132. Time was a type of law. This law could be grasped by all living beings in the world, but those who could comprehend it were extremely rare. Even if they did, they would only comprehend it as a domain. Back on Shizuku, Wang Lin met a person whose domain was the time domain. At that time, Wang Lin felt how powerful the time domain was. Even young Z cared a lot about this domain. It could be said that only one person on Shizuku had this kind of domain. As the words of the blood dragon echoed, the power of time appeared on its body. This power was countless times stronger than the time domain, and it was simply incomparable. It had already become a law. This rule was determined by the blood dragon that used this divine ability. Under the power of the time domain, the entire void was shrouded by it. In the void, a pair of Luo Tian cultivators were slowly flying while cautiously looking around. There were a few dozen of them, and as long as they didn't meet an ancient cultivator that was too strong, they would be able to stand firm in this void. But now, as the power of time passed through them, a tremor ran through the young man with the weakest cultivation base. He looked to be in his 20s, and although that wasn't his actual age, it seemed to be the case. The trembling of his body was not something he could control. It was inexplicably trembling, as if there was a chill rising from his body. Gradually, wrinkles appeared on his smooth skin, and soon, the wrinkles continued to stack on top of each other. He felt very tired, and the circulation of his cultivation base was about to stop. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Almost as soon as the young man became confused, he heard cries of surprise that seemed to come from a great distance away. These cries were filled with fear. The young man was startled. He wanted to turn his head to look, but his body was numb. It was as if even turning his head was a bit inconvenient. What's wrong with me? The young man's vision became even more blurry. It was no longer as clear as before, as if there was a layer of fog. He slowly raised his hand and rubbed his eyes as if he wanted to rub away the fog. Perhaps the act of rubbing his eyes was effective because his vision became clear for a moment. He saw his fellow cultivators move away from him and look at him with fear in their eyes. He saw his junior martial sister, who he had secretly promised to marry, standing in the distance with a face full of fear. There was no longer any trace of gentleness on her face. The last thing he saw was his right hand, which he was rubbing his eyes with. He stood there stunned. It was a hand full of wrinkles and brown spots. The young man's body trembled even more violently. He struggled to raise his hand to touch his face. He opened his mouth, as if a terrified voice was about to come out of his mouth. But that voice was eternally buried in his body, never to be heard again. That was because his eyes had lost all signs of life. Under the gazes of his companions, he grew older and older. His hair fell out, his teeth fell out, and his bones shattered. In the end, he couldn't even support the weight of his skin. His fleshly body shrank down, and he died of old age. The bizarre scene caused everything to go completely silent. It was a scene that surpassed the imaginations of the surrounding cultivators. However, time was merciless. Another woman in the group began to show signs of aging. Soon, this aging seemed to be contagious, and all the cultivators showed signs of aging. It was as if at this moment, the heavens had taken away their qualifications to be cultivators. They had taken away their qualifications to live for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. They had taken away all their rights, and the hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of years of time had descended on them in an instant. Those dozens of cultivators were just one corner of the void. Similar scenes were playing out everywhere in the void. It didn't matter where the cultivators came from. As long as they were here, they would not be able to escape the descent of the laws of time. Only Nirvana Shatterer cultivators could resist it, but there weren't many Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. Whenever a cultivator died, due to the law of time, an invisible aura would spread out from their body and move toward the center of the void. Gradually, One aura after another sped through the void. Their speed could not be described as the speed of a cultivator. These auras seemed to be a part of the world itself, and as soon as they moved, they arrived at the center of the void, where the blood dragon had unleashed the flowing time spell. As more and more cultivators died, more and more aura poured into the blood dragon. Soon, the blue ice on the blood dragon's body began to collapse, as if new life force were being injected into it. Cracking sound could be heard as the ice began to shatter. Serene's 8 kings weren't affected by the flowing time spell at all. Their figures got closer and closer to the blood dragon. On the other side of the void, Master Flamespark respectfully followed the old man in black. The old man in black didn't move fast, but every time he lifted his foot, the void below him would shrink like crazy. It was as if he wanted to shrink this infinite world inch by inch. This wasn't spatial bending, which required him to merge with the world, but spatial bending. He didn't need to merge with the world. Wherever he was the world. Even a world was only an inch. He wasn't in a hurry, so he maintained a certain rhythm with each step he took, like moving clouds and flowing water. The respect in Master Flamespark's eyes became even stronger. He was behind the old man, so he was naturally shrouded by the old man's mysterious spell. The moment the law of time shrouded the void, Wang Lin also felt its existence. However, his body was made of rock, and the rock was born when the moon was born. It was impossible to calculate how much time had passed since then. The power of time shrouded his body. No matter how much time passed, if there was no wind, the rock would still be rock. He calmly moved forward. Wang Lin saw the surrounding cultivators turn into the void under the power of time. Without the identity of a cultivator, without spells, we are still mortals. Wang Lin felt melancholy in his heart, but he didn't slow down at all. If my original body came here under the law of time, I would be like them and become part of the void. I didn't expect that a cultivator that is cultivated for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years and has comprehended the law of the world can't even compare to a piece of rock. Wang Lin shook his head. After witnessing everything before him, he suddenly gained a new understanding of Tao. The blood dragon at the center of the void absorbed the aura of countless cultivators that had died under the power of time. The blue ice on its body finally collapsed. It raised its majestic body and let out a roar at the void. As it roared, a giant vortex appeared above it. This vortex was also 100,000 feet wide, and it continued to rotate. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the surroundings. An ice-cold voice slowly emerged from within the vortex and spread across the empty space. "I'll be waiting for you all to come." The moment this voice appeared, the old man in black stopped, and his eyes became serious. Master Flamespark remained silent. He had heard this voice twice, but this time it was even clearer than before and contained a monstrous arrogance. This arrogance despised the law of the world and disdained the heavens. However, when Master Flamespark heard it, he didn't feel like the other person was talking nonsense. The power of that spear from Suzaku was enough to show this kind of arrogance. The 8 kings of the corpse sect all stopped at the same time. They looked at the vortex in the distance and silently pondered. However, soon, their eyes were filled with varying degrees of greed. Wang Lin also heard this voice. He looked up and revealed an unyielding gaze. No matter how strong this Tuo-san was, no matter how difficult the path was, if the Tuo-san wanted to kill him, Wang Lin, he wouldn't lower his head. "There are a lot of people that want to kill me, but right now I'm still living very well." Wang Lin sneered as he raised his foot and walked forward once more. This sentence was the truth. At this moment, it wasn't just the people near the center of the void that were still alive. There were other Nirvana Shatterer cultivators that had resisted the law of time and silently closed in from all directions. On the other hand, the cultivators who did not enter the void were lucky enough to escape the power of the time law and survive. Aside from the void, there was another place in the land of the ancient god. It could even be said that it didn't belong to the land of the ancient god, because it was the land of the ancient god. This might be a bit contradictory, but it was the truth. There is only one entrance to the land of the ancient god on Shizuku, and it led to a spatial rift that didn't belong to this star system. This spatial rift was very large enough to fit the body of an 8-star ancient god. Whether it was the void or the checkpoint, they were all inside the body of the ancient god. Just like at this moment, Wang Lin, the 8 kings of Serene, and the old man in black were inside the chest of the ancient god. And in this quiet crack in space, the ancient god's body that had been lying here for countless years had 8 dim stars between its eyebrows. If one were to zoom in countless times, they would see a person sitting cross-legged in the depths of the 4th star. This person was a middle-aged scholar with an ordinary appearance that gave off a sense of arrogance. He had been sitting there for a very long time and hadn't moved at all. His name was Limitless. He was writing the 4th chapter, and his blood was boiling and his eyes were bloodshot. This was the best state to be in when writing ****. Chapter 1133. Tuo Sen's voice reverberated through the void, followed by the roar of the blood dragon. It was like a ferocious beast guarding the vortex as it coiled around it. However, this showed how crazy Tuo Sen was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed the blood dragon to open the entrance to the blood world. The old man in black didn't attack and silently looked at the blood dragon. No one knew what he was thinking. Master Flamespark's eyes lit up, and he took a step forward. He turned into a ray of light and closed in on the blood dragon. In the distance, the Serene's 8 kings didn't hesitate at all. They charged at the blood dragon like 8 unsheathed swords. The blood dragon's eyes were filled with vigilance. The strange formation formed by the 8 of them had made it suffer. At this moment, it let out a roar and ignored Master Flamespark. It charged at the Serene's group of 8 to devour them. Its speed was so fast that it already left afterimages. The 8 figures of the Serene's group immediately spread out and surrounded the blood dragon. Their hands formed seals, and spells bombarded the blood dragon. Master Flamespark closed in and waved his right hand. The sea of fire before him turned into a fire dragon that charged at the blood dragon. At the same time, Master Flamespark's left hand reached at the void and took out a bell from his storage space. The bell was made from white bones and was covered in a layer of metal. When it was shaken, it gave off a ringing sound. Although the sound wasn't clear, ripples immediately spread out toward the blood dragon. The blood dragon's eyes shined with a bloodthirsty light. It originally only had 1 pair of pupils, but at that instant, it used some kind of spell and the pupils split down the middle. After splitting into 2 pairs, they split again. In the blink of an eye, there were 8 pairs of pupils in the blood dragon's eyes. A sense of danger suddenly appeared in the hearts of Master Flamespark and the Serene's 8 kings. However, all 9 of them were powerful cultivators that had surpassed the peak of Nirvana Shatterer and were in the middle of the Heaven's Blight stage. They had lived for a long time, so they had rich combat experience. When they felt the danger, they didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, they chose to attack. However, for all great divine arts, their strongest moment was also their weakest breath. This was the experience the 9 of them had gathered over the countless years. At this moment, Master Flamespark's right hand hit between his eyebrows and 45 fragments flew out. They expanded like crazy and turned into 45 thunder celestial realm fragments that could change the sky. Power of the Thunder World formed the heaven-ripping divine ability. Master Flamespark's hand moved, and the 45 fragment rotated and pressed down on the blood dragon. The descending pressure actually had the feeling of a heavenly tribulation. It caused the surroundings to tremble, causing countless tiny pits to appear on the blood dragon's sea of blood. The hearts of the 8 kings of the corpse sect were connected. Their hands formed seals, and 8 rays of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd corpse formation that had injured the blood dragon appeared once more as the cold energy filled the world. A ball of black ice 1,000 feet wide appeared with 8 people sitting inside. They raised their hands, and the ball of ice gave off a ghostly glow. The moment the countless sharp icicles appeared, the ball of ice shot toward the blood dragon. The blood dragon's pupils suddenly shrank. and one of the 8 pairs of pupils suddenly enlarged infinitely. It immediately covered the rest of the pupils and occupied the entire space of the blood dragon's eyes. At that moment, the entire shadow suddenly became pitch black. This kind of darkness made it so that even one's divine sense could not leave their body at all. Almost no one could see their surroundings clearly in this sudden darkness. They could only hear the world-shaking rumbles constantly reverberating in a manner that shook the heavens and the earth. The darkness only lasted for one breath of time before it immediately recovered. However, after recovering, 4 of Master Flamespark's 45 fragments collapsed and were pushed back. The remaining fragments were pushed back by the shockwave. Master Flamespark's face was filled with shock. The ball of ice formed by the 8 kings of Serene seemed to have suffered some kind of attack and collapsed. The 8 people inside coughed out blood, and their cold eyes were filled with shock. The old man, who had been standing in the distance, looked up and frowned. There was one thing he didn't understand. What was Master Limitless' goal? Could it be that he wants to steal the power of an 8-star royal ancient god? But even Celestial Emperor Qinglin gave up on this. Master Limitless, what method do you have to do it? Wang Lin was in the distance and looked at the battlefield. He didn't get close. The sudden darkness made his heart skip a beat, and he felt a sense of danger, so he didn't want to get too close. However, after seeing the blood dragon for the second time, Wang Lin felt a sense of familiarity. This feeling spread in his heart and made his heart pound. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He naturally saw Master Flamespark and also the old man in black. The moment he saw the old man, Wang Lin understood that ignoring the Tua's son, just the blood dragon wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. However, the old man frowned as if he was thinking. He didn't look at the blood dragon. To be able to make senior brother Shimizu retreat, to be able to open the spatial barrier with one spell, to have dense source origin energy, and to be able to see through all laws. Aside from a third-step cultivator, there is no other possibility. The blood dragon's eyes had also returned to normal at this moment, but the ferocity on its body did not decrease. Instead, it became even stronger. The remaining 7 pairs of pupils in its eyes flashed again, and the 7 pairs of pupils suddenly enlarged and occupied the dragon's eyes once more. The entire void was shrouded in darkness once more. Inside the darkness, Wang Lin felt a strange power of law surround him, as if it wanted to extract his origin soul and fuse it with the darkness. This time the darkness lasted for 2 breaths of time. After 2 breaths of time, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion, and he retreated a few steps. Cracking sounds echoed, and 7 cracks appeared on his body. His face was dark and revealed the color of rock. Master Flamespark, who was closest to the blood dragon, was pale and continued to retreat. Celestial fragments surrounded him, and popping sounds echoed as more fragments collapsed. As for the Serene's 8 kings, 2 of their bodies exploded, and the remaining 6 quickly retreated. One of them immediately took out 2 more coffins from his storage space. The 2 blurry figures that had lost their bodies quickly entered the coffins. Moments later, the 2 coffins turned into splinters of wood, and 2 old men walked out from within. As the 8 of them retreated, their hands formed seals, and one of the old men shouted, "Corpse second formation." As soon as he said that, the 8 of them moved even faster and lined up in a vertical line. Their bodies were surrounded by a cold aura, and in the blink of an eye, pieces of ice appeared around them. The ice was pitch black, and it was impossible to see the figures of the 8 people inside. However, in an instant, the mysterious ice turned into a giant sword more than 1,000 feet long. As soon as the sword appeared, an earth-shattering pressure immediately enveloped the area. It turned into a powerful and sharp sword chi that seemed to be able to pierce through the void as it charged towards the blood dragon. Master Flamespark's eyes opened. He bit the tip of his right finger and quickly drew a blood mark before him. Then he slammed his hand forward, and the blood mark flew out. There was a flash of bloodlight, and the remaining dozens of fragments around Master Flamespark scattered toward the blood dragon from all directions. It looked like they were going to surround the blood dragon. The blood dragon's eyes became serious, and the remaining 6 pairs of eyes shined once more. This time it wasn't just one of them, but all of them spread out and occupied both eyes. In an instant, the world became dark once more. After 3 breaths of time, the surroundings lit up. Wang Lin retreated without hesitation to avoid the power of darkness, but his eyes flashed violently. However, his eyes were still fixed on the blood dragon. He could clearly feel the aura of an ancient god from the blood dragon. Master Flamespark's face became even more pale, but he continued to move forward. His hand formed a seal, and the dozens of fragments closed in on the blood dragon. The giant sword formed by the 8 Serene Kings was less than 1,000 feet from the blood dragon. Popping sounds came from inside the sword, as if it was suffering some kind of attack. Night descended once more and shrouded the void. This time, it was 4 breaths of time. After 4 breaths of time, the void returned to its original state. Wang Lin retreated even faster, but his eyes were extremely serious as he stared at the blood dragon. The giant sword formed by the 8 Serene Kings seemed to slow down. After 4 breaths of time, it only flew 200 feet forward before a crack appeared on it. The veins on Master Flamespark's face swelled as the fragments continued to close in on the blood dragon. All of this disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the void shrouded the darkness once more. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the darkness along with the faint roar of the blood dragon. After 5 breaths of time, the void returned to its original state. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and he no longer retreated. Instead, he charged out toward the blood dragon. Outside the blood dragon, the giant sword formed by the 8 Serene Kings collapsed. The 8 Serene Kings coughed out blood and retreated. Blood came out from the corner of Master Flamespark's mouth, and he retreated 3 steps before stabilizing himself. There was a long wound on the blood dragon's body that extended from its head to 10,000 feet. From afar, this wound looked extremely hideous. However, there was no blood coming out of the wound. Instead, there were fist-sized blood crystals, as if they were its flesh. As the blood dragon roared, the pupils in its eyes filled once more. However, just as the pupils expanded and the darkness shrouded the world once more, Wang Lin's speed increased greatly, and he desperately rushed forward. Popping sounds echoed inside his body, and his left arm exploded into dust. However, he didn't slow down at all. His eyes were filled with anxiety and determination. Even he didn't expect to see the heart blood of an ancient god here. With this, my original body will be able to pass the first trial of the 3 trials, 7 calamities. For chapters, 12,000 words. I've been writing nonstop for 10 hours. I still have some strength left to write the 5th chapter. Brothers, please give me your monthly tickets. If you don't have any more, please give me the guaranteed monthly tickets after 12 o'clock. Thank you, thank you. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.